2 games. I'm going to fulfill a promise. Although I've been doing this over and over again as time goes on, I'm going to dedicate some time right now to explaining training. I'm going to do this one step at a time. Okay, so let's take the calendar. Now, this is the most ideally set up if you go to your settings beforehand, before you set up a game. The ideal way to deal with this is to make sure that you have Wednesday and Saturday games. Yeah, it's right here. Match scheduling options. Use the Wednesday and Saturday matches. It's easiest to do with that. Also, you won't have 4 or 5 games in a week ever, which is ridiculous and should never happen. So don't let the AI dictate your schedule for you. I know some people want to try to keep it realistic, but the fact of the matter is that it's going to end up being less realistic. Like there's some posts that end up on our forum where there's guys get like 4 games in a week because they decide to. Oop, that's my alarm. I started early. So yeah, you really want to get it on Wednesday, Saturday matches if possible. It's not essential though. If you don't already have it on there, don't worry about it. Go to the key points. So, under your training schedules, I have some custom ones. Okay. If there's one game in a week, it happens on a Saturday, it's right here. So, here's the key points of this. The AI never sets things up properly. So, never let the AI do it. Because once you have cup draws, like they could drop a game on a Wednesday right here, right? And it'll notify you in your messages, hey, a game has been added to this week. Would you like to change your training? And you think to yourself, no, that's okay. My system manager's got it. He doesn't got it. They don't adjust to games being added in. They put them all in at the beginning and then never adjust them. So you end up with tons of extra injuries that you don't need to get. You end up with exhausted tired players you don't need to have. So this is where they show you your training schedule for the upcoming weeks. And every once in a while you'll see this message, right? Think to yourself, okay, that's okay. I can just ignore that. I can scroll right by that. But and you can, I suppose, in much the same way you're already letting the AI do your training. You could ignore this, but if they drop a game in there, like say I've got this on one game, they just drop a game in here. That just cut off a whole bunch of my training. Like it cut off all of this. And not only did it cut off some of it, but now it doesn't have before and after the game what it needs to have. One of the things that the AI never uses is the match review. Okay. So there's a match preview before a game, which increases your tactical familiarity, right? You want your tactic to become familiar to your players. Well, the match review also does that. You want to get your tactic familiar to your players twice as fast. You want your players to get those bars, those lines between them faster. You have a match preview and a match review. Always add a match review. You can have rest recovery review after a game. The AI never adds that. I don't know why. I don't know why we've never come up with a better AI for the training, but it's just not something we spent a lot of time on. The AI has very vast amounts of limitations. So right off the bat, you want some teamwork before a match because things that affect your upcoming matches, match preparation. You got match tactics, you got teamwork, defensive shape, attacking movement, match practice. All of these things, what you're looking for here is upcoming match. Okay, so a couple of them have that. See, this one doesn't have it. This one does. This one doesn't. Match practice is used in place of a game. This one has upcoming match on it. Upcoming match. So use that. It's going to affect the training for your upcoming match. Right here. Teamwork is the one that I use all the time, without fail. Even if I have two games, well, sometimes I like to throw in an attacking movement. See, like this? You can throw in a defensive shape if you want. How do you decide to make a change on those? Well, we're going to get to changes in a minute. First, I'm going to go back to this. I always have on my 1 game weeks, my 1 game weeks is when I get full training. Okay. I love games or weeks that only have 1 game because you can get all of your training done. You know, the weeks with 2 games or even more games, you don't get a lot of training in, and then players will start to complain they're not getting enough training. Well, it is what it is. However, you want to get your training done to decide how to make changes. Well, I always have those 2 set piece places right there. I never change those unless I want to move one into penalties. Sometimes I'll change one to penalties right here. Sometimes, if you really want to change it to any of these other ones, fine. But I encourage you to utilize a day for set pieces. Set pieces in this game is one of the most underrated things. This is just an opinion, but you will score 10 to 20 more goals a season if you train your set pieces. That's a lot of goals. I always have the team bonding and community outreach on single game weeks because your teamwork and your team cohesion increase. On here, the attribute teamwork, upcoming match teamwork is increased. Anything that can affect an upcoming match is obviously worth using. So, these 2 things right here are some of the most underutilized training regimens in this entire game. Your AI doesn't use it nearly often enough. I have it every time without fail if there's a 1 game week. Now, these 4 general ones is where we can start to talk about changes. I have 4 general slots. Okay. I have 2 on outfield, 2 on overall. They rarely stay that way. Every once in a while, you're going to see in your training, hey, somebody's unhappy. This guy wants more quickness training. Okay. These 4 slots are my, I can change it to what I want. He wants more quickness. So I'm going to go down here and I'm going to give him quickness training. Just like that. That red thing is going to go away after that day. It's that simple. You can see what they want and change these 4 slots. Don't change any of the other ones. The rest of these are great. Okay. Now, of course, since this is just the example and not my actual training calendar, now that's for 1 week. If you somehow, unfortunately, end up with multiple games in a week, I'm going to start with my 2 game one. Okay. Here's what happens with 2 games. A lot less training here. No set pieces. There's also no room for the team cohesion stuff. That's unfortunate. Okay, that's why I say the 1 game weeks are my favorite. You get all kinds of bonus goodies in there. And unfortunately, it's true when I tell you that there's a whole lot of training things in here that are useless. I'd like to think that they weren't, but they are. And it's okay. So I've got something for match preparation ahead of time. Always check the upcoming matches. So it's either going to be teamwork, defensive shape, or attacking movement. All right. One of those 3, depending on what you feel your team needs. If I go to my training over here, one of my guys says, he feels his training unit isn't getting enough attention. Well, and he's a defender. I'm going to change one of these to defensive shape. Okay. Because then the defending players are getting more attention, just like they're requesting. If that isn't good enough for them, you can add defending here on the blue ones. And if they're really, really whining, then I guess you could come in here and add one of these. Now, I recommend ground defense. Recommend that one. Defending wide is one of the many broken ones. Defending disengaged, defending engaged. I sometimes throw on defending engaged because I like to press players. If you're not a pressing team, don't worry about it. Defending disengaged doesn't really matter if you're not pressing or you are pressing. This one, I wouldn't say it's broken. It just doesn't add as much to what you're wanting to train. Pressing intensity is the tactical familiarity that these matter about. So you don't need to worry about those ones. Defending wide, again, is the pressing intensity. Now, ground defense is all about marking, tackling, technique, concentration, positioning. The most important possible defensive attributes. So ground defense has everything you need for a very basic defender, right? Aerial defense could be nice. Who doesn't want to, add themselves some heading? Heading is great. Like, have you ever looked at your player and thought, my God, this guy doesn't have much heading. How do I get more? It's right there. Okay. Train aerial defense. You'll get more heading. One moment, please. I have to ban a bot. I want to become famous. Joke's on you, pal. I'm already famous. Let's see. I have to do it from here. Actual browser. Ban. So what I'm on. Right. Got rid of that person. So, want to get more heading? Do some aerial defense. Defending from the front, again, is more pressing intensity and marking. So I try to stick to ground defense and aerial defense, primarily ground defense. If you need to engage your defenders, you just change one of those two to what you want it to be. Give them what they want, right? It's a matter of just reading what's on them. If I need, I'm going to go back to this just really briefly. I have chance conversion here. Now, the reason is who doesn't like scoring goals? How many times do your players miss the goal? How many times do you end up at the end of a game where you've got 5 shots on goal out of 21 attempted? It's not very good. Chance conversion means that you're going to get more shots on goal and you're going to score on a few more of them. Now, it's not the be all and end all. It's not the only thing in the world that's going to help that happen, but it helps a lot. See? So, you get your finishing, heading, long shots, technique, anticipation, and composure. I'd like to have my chance conversion on there once a week when I can on the single game ones. If I feel my team's not hitting the net often enough still, then under technical, chance creation is a miracle for getting more shots on goal. So I can go ahead and add a chance creation into any of these blue slots. And it helps so much. Thank you, Conquistador Machete. It's a great name. So yeah, you add in some chance creation, you start to get more shots on goal. Right? But back to the multiple game thing, because this is where this is where things can get tough. You always have your recovery and match review, as I said, because match review along with match preview gets your tactical familiarity way up. Your players are going to start to work together much faster. Everything works a lot better. You can change either of these two to what you want them to be. But I don't advise you change them every time. Once in a while, you want to just leave them as is, because if you look at these, outfield overall trains a whole lot of things, including your tactical familiarity and a ton of attributes. So the overall ones and the outfield ones, they're actually pretty great the way they are. But you got to check your individual training. And if a player here says, I need more quickness training, well, I'm going to go to my calendar. I'm going to roll over to the next training week, which is right here. I'm going to go into physical. I'm going to add quickness just like that. He's going to be happy once we have that training day. Now, sure, you might have to wait a little bit. Say I'm right here in terms of where the games are being played. I might have to wait all the way to over here to put in some quickness for him. And that's life. Your players, they will live. All right. They're not going to die. If enough players get unhappy with your training, well, then you end up with a little bit more problems. They start to, play a little bit more poorly on the pitch. And that's the last thing we want. Don't panic. Stick with it and change what you need where you need as things go here. So anyway, I got to change this back to 2 games. Obviously, there's 2 games there. But I am going to keep the quickness training right there, because obviously you've seen that one of my players wants it. And that is the basic gist of setting up training. I wish that if you have questions, you could ask them now. Trade players. What do you mean? Can you trade players? All right, so we're going to get into the units. All right, so here are training units. It's simple enough to have them broken down into attacking players, defensive players, goaltending, goalkeeping players. That's as basic as it needs to be. Mentoring, I like to break those down into forwards, midfielders, and defenders. They don't always everybody. I think you mean red star, not red start. Close enough. But yeah, break these down into units where the ppms that they rub off on each other are going to matter. Watch the player preferred movements that you have though, because if you have a guy that comes deep to get the ball as a midfielder, you don't want every midfielder on your team to have that. So maybe don't drop him into a mentoring unit with other people that you don't want having that attribute. That's an important thing because attributes do start to kind of spread amongst your players. Individual training is one of the questions a lot of people will ask. Don't bother. Now, I'm going to tell you why. That might surprise you to hear this because some people swear by it. Well, I have a bunch of reasons. So, at the senior level, just put them on the position that they play. That's it, right? Nothing but the position that they play. Normally, I can just leave them as is. However, if I have a person who isn't natural in a position that he's playing in, okay, like say this guy's a left wing back, it's going to say left wing back here, but if I have him playing on DL playing position, well, I need to put it on DL playing position. Sometimes you have to force them to play on a position that they're not natural at. That's good. They'll learn that position. Okay. So keep these the same because they're getting the benefit of playing whatever they play per game. So if this guy plays as a supporting Mazzala, which he often does, attributes that are highlighted there are the ones he's going to train. Does this make sense? Okay, so let's go into his individual training, show you. He's going to be coming in playing, where we go, Mazzala support. That's what he's going to train every time he plays a game. If I just leave it as is on his playing position. That one's changed. Let's go. Okay, here's a good example of MC position. Perfect. This guy just hasn't even been changed at all. The last one was a good example of why you change it because his default is defensive midfield and he doesn't play defensive midfield. So here's one that hasn't been changed at all. Just playing position. That's it. Okay, not changed. So when he does play a game as a Mazzala, again, this is what's going to train, even if I leave it like that. All right. But he's also going to train other things. All right. Some of his other attributes will be trained. If I put him like this, nothing else will get trained. Okay. His jumping reach won't go up. His natural fitness won't go up. His pace won't go up. None of those things will change if I put him on Mazzala support. I want him to be more well rounded. So I'm just going to stick it on playing position. Okay. Now, what if I also decide that I have a guy that's more versatile, a versatile player who sometimes he plays Mazzala, sometimes he plays deep lying playmaker? I want him to train everything that is entailed in both of those positions. So I'm just going to leave him on playing position. It's the best possible thing to do with them. You'll end up with more well rounded players. But you want specialized players, am I right? Well, that's why you need to do the individual training for your young players, your youth players, your under 23s. If you get into these guys right here and you start to do their individual training, okay, here's an example of a young guy that I would like to turn into a deep lying playmaker. Okay, so I have him set to deep lying playmaker because while he's young, I want him developing just these attributes. Okay, he's going to get the most out of these attributes while he's on my youth squad. Right, this is when it matters to specialize your training, is when they're young. They will turn into the role you want. Then, as they get a little bit older and they're in your first team training, just leave them be so they can become more well rounded. If I take a guy in my under 18s and I set him to deep lying playmaker, I'm going to go back to him. Didn't mean to really leave. If I set him to this and leave him like that, sure, he's going to be a decent deep lying playmaker, but he's not going to have, his pace probably won't go above 9. I mean, sure, some things may boost it up via playing games, but training wise, his pace isn't going to get much higher. Like you could start to move these all over the map and start going, okay, well, I need more pace. Fine, let's throw him on as a him right there. I didn't want him at. It's on what I want it to be at. Okay, so I'm going to put him on a. I don't know which one of these actually has pace. Which one of these has pace? I don't even think that I can choose something here that has pace anymore. Oh, there we go. Box to box, of course. So I can throw him on as a box to box midfielder to try to work more pace out of him. But look at how many other things are going to be training. right? Does he need more technique? Probably not. So if I really want to get more speed out of this guy, I'm going to let him specialize. If I really want to get more speed out of him, then it comes down to waiting until he gets to the senior squad. I mean, or if you really want to get down into it, some people do this down to the real nitty gritty. Take over your team training for your youth squad. Oh, there's a bug. Take over your the team training for your youth squad if you really want to start doing this and utilize these as well. Because if you want to train more speed, it's all in here, right? I can just go on attacking direct. Has that one got speed? Not one of these does. Some of these do. Oh, I guess the attacking ones don't. Chance. Which ones have speed? Hey, you guys, help me out here. Which ones have speed? Speed mostly is trained by playing, just straight up playing. So, all right, this has everything: outfields and overalls. But speed mostly comes from just simply playing, and I mean that makes sense. It should anyhow. There's also right. I think I remember now. No, that's stamina, pace. There it is. Quickness. I just did it. I mean, this is my memory for you. I get excited. So if I really want them to be faster, I'll just throw on some quickness training, just like that other guy was asking for. They'll get faster. The individual training is for shaping the player the way you want, but you can overshape them, and you can end up with players that are too specialized in things. I recommend if you have a set piece guy that you know is going to be your set piece guy, try to train his set pieces when he's in the reserve team, if you can, or right away when he gets to your first team. Because, like I said, the best thing you can do for individual training is to leave these guys on their general positions once they're in your senior squad so they can round out. They will fill out. And intensity level is another one of those things where we'll go with that right now. Schedule. Entering individual rest. This is where we go for intensity levels. Now, some people are tempted to throw half intensity on this one. It's okay if you do. I have good training facilities and excellent physios, good sports scientists, so I don't worry much about this. They recover pretty well. This also comes down to their work rate and stamina and their natural fitness. As long as those numbers are good, this can stay on normal. Don't don't be tempted to throw on double intensity unless it's the preseason. Then you could, but you don't need to. Really don't need to do it ever. You don't need to have normal intensity. Like right there, my physio recommends I put him on double intensity, but there's no reason to do it. He's only going to be more susceptible to injury if I do it. That's really going to be the only outcome. The amount of extra training that a 25-year-old guy is going to get on double intensity is almost negligible to the risk of injury. You know, if you really want to utilize double intensity, use it for your younger guys as long as they're not too injury prone. Put them on double intensity so that they really train up and specialize. But once people are on the first team, now is not the time to push them into the injury rooms. You know what I'm saying? You don't need it. Injuries are a big problem. This is one of the best ways that you can avoid it. And while we're here on this screen, this is the place where you can give them rest. I know a lot of people like to just go like this. They go into, you just go into training, they go to rest, and they rest them a few days off of training. That's all well and good. That will help them recover faster. The fastest possible way to let somebody rest is to send them on holidays. If you know that there's a game coming up, you don't need a player for. Send him on holiday for a week. Now it's going to tell you which games he's going to miss. Okay, he would miss 2 games, so I'm not hitting yes on that. I don't actually want to send him away yet. But send them on holidays for a week if you can. If you can afford it, check your schedule. If you're looking at this and you're going, okay, I've got one game next week. This guy could, it's home to the 19th place team. I don't need him. Send him on holidays for that week. The recovery will be exponentially higher than if you only rest him. Now you ask, can you trade players? I'm curious what you mean by that. I'll poke through some of this while we talk about that. Mentoring is also a pretty big deal in terms of having players' mentalities rub off on each other. When I see a lot of personalities pop into model citizens, get a model citizen, put a bunch of young players under them. They'll all eventually gravitate towards that, continuously keep them in groups together. They just start popping model citizens. It's crazy. If you do it right, you end up with a lot of them. As long as they've already got decent mentals to start with. Some of them take a lot longer, some of them never reach it, but when they do, when you do get a few of them on your team, your whole team dynamic just explodes with positive players that can play in big matches and don't ask for too many extra contracts and all of the hidden mentals that you really want to have a lot of. So this is okay. The next question that somebody might ask me was, well, what if I end up with more than 2 games in a week? Okay, so if you're not playing Wednesday, Saturday matches, which you should, but if you're not, it's all right. So let's address it because, it's one of those things that I actually, to this point, haven't addressed. So let's put a match. Okay, match practice is the same thing as a game, if you must know. So if you have a whole week off and you're like, oh, I can't book a friendly, there's no time, it's okay. Throw in a match practice and put the rest of the training schedule around it. Or you know what? At this point, literally just throw one of these in, and this will turn into match practice all by itself. See if I can find you a week off in here where I can show that to you. Here's a week off. If I go ahead and throw in 1 game, it automatically turns that into match practice. Okay? Only thing I'm not going to get out of this is a game preview and review because there's no actual game. So I'm going to have to fill in other things on those spots. I mean, I guess you can leave this blank so they rest. But I could put something else beforehand if I want. But this will automatically turn into match practice if there's no game. As you can see, it's done it here because I haven't filled in the second half of this week yet. I'm not there yet, so I don't need to. I'm going to throw this back on rest for the time being because I address these weeks as they come. It's a good way for me to remember to do so is if a blank week shows up, I go, oh, need to do that one. So anyways, we're getting back to what if you have multiple games? All right. Let's do this. There's a match on this day. See, they automatically put those in. Say you got a match on this day. These unholy bastards, they also put a match on this day. Who knows what schedule you end up with. But you end up with this. Preview, recovery, preview. It's literally jammed in like this. If the AI does it, they put all kinds of training in between these. That's like, oh my god, why are you doing this to me? You don't want any training in between these. I'm still tempted at times to put my match review in here, right? Because the team cohesion and everything increases for the next one. But I mean, best thing you can do is tell your players that they can just not have to think, not have to worry. Because do you know how much training they get from playing? It's the maximum amount of training. This is the one place I'm going to leave the match previews because they haven't started playing yet. So if I really want to get into this part here, if you really want to start looking at your players and thinking, oh my god, how am I going to rotate my team enough for this? Then the recovery is your best friend. Recovery greatly reduces injury risk, greatly reduces fatigue, slightly increases happiness and condition. It only slightly reduces sharpness. Now, who cares? Match sharpness is something you're going to get playing matches. And you've got 3 of them. Rest isn't terrible, except it great reduces fatigue and condition and increases condition and happiness. Yeah, these are useful. It reduces team cohesion and sharpness, but again, who cares? Matches give you more of that than anything else. So I can go 2 recovery rest, recovery 2 rest, 2 recovery rest. On games, weeks when it's like this, don't worry about training. The games are your training. Okay. Now that is the breakdown of all of these things. The blue ones are there to be changed. Say you don't play Wednesday, Saturday, and you've got a match over here instead. Fine. Put your teamwork here, match preview here, match review here, and put your set pieces at the end. Moral of the story is these things can be moved around a little bit as you see fit. And these are only recommendations. Maybe your team doesn't give a crap about set pieces. Maybe you would rather have uh, chance creation every week. I wouldn't blame you. Throw chance creation here, and on this one, maybe you're a team that does a lot of you have three defenders at the back, and you care about that. Well, you want to have ground defense every week that you have one. Do it. Change these two to what you like. I recommend set pieces only because 10 to 20 extra goals a year is a lot. Teamwork, this is a given to me. You can change it to defensive shape or attacking movement, of course, depending on what you think your team needs to improve. Preview and review should be non negotiable unless you have games crammed in a week. Recovery and rest are obviously, as I've said, must haves at the end of a match. Team bonding, community outreach are the most underrated, underutilized pieces of training in this game. You have to have them. And I like chance conversion every time. I like to score. I hate seeing my team miss so often. They're still going to miss from time to time. It's not an exact science. The other team could play super defensively and not give you many opportunities at the goal. That has nothing to do with your training. But you should get more chances. You should score more goals. Then for two matches in a week, again, these things say a match is here. That's fine. Everything back, move these two over. Between. Can be done. Maybe you feel as though you don't want these two at all. You want a day, like say this match is here, right? You go attacking movement here, match preview here, recovery here, match review here. Maybe you just want more recovery and rest on this day because your players are looking fatigued. They're absolutely zonked. So you just take these 3 days in the middle, simply give them more time off. Do it. But when it comes to looking down this long list of things, so many things in here you don't need unless you feel you need to specialize in something, you need to improve in an area, or a player directly asks for it. Sometimes I'll get a goalkeeper on here, right? And he'll say, well, my unit's not getting enough attention. So I can do a few things. I can change this to goalkeeping, or I can add in some goalkeeping training if I want. Goalkeepers complain the least, thankfully, unless you have a particularly complaint filled goalkeeper. And if you do, then by all means, transfer list him and get a better one. But this is not as intimidating as one might think. It's not as imposing as you'd expect once you start to break it down and understand what it means, what they're for, and how important they are. So go ahead and play with it based on what I have here. I do have these uploaded, the 1 and 2 week training schedules. My Steam name is on my Twitch page. By all means, add me to Steam. If I'll add you back, and then you can go ahead and check my Football Manager workshop. And on my workshop, I do have some stuff uploaded. Have a look here what I have. I have the 2 games training, the 1 games training. I have my DNA view, which is this beautiful, lovely thing right here. Tells me all the things I like to see. In fact, you know something? I think that I'd better absolutely sure that I have this updated. Export, publish to Steam. Because I think I added a couple of categories since I last updated it. So there we go. Should be better now. It should look just like that. Everybody happy. That's the new one. It is optimized for 3440 resolution, but it can be used on any resolution. Scared. If it's too much stuff, then you might have to scroll to the side, or drop a couple of panels if you don't like them. Yeah, do what you got to do. But if you like me and you like to have a lot of information on your team screen so that you can put it to good use, there it is for you. A bunch of people have subscribed to it. It works. I'll explain the DNA view in a minute because we're here. We might as well do that. I've only got a couple of tactics up there. They were specifically designed for people. By all means, if you want to use them, go ahead and use them. If ever you need a tactic, let me know. Pop a tactic on there for you. Just tell me what your formation is, what team you are. I can put forth a tactic for you. And if you're using the training that I showed you, you should win a lot. As long as you get the team cohesion and everything up, you can expect results. It's not all about a tactic. Like somebody posts on a forum, they says, "Oh man, I've been having these great results," and everybody goes, "What's your tactic?" Okay, well that's great. My first thought isn't what's your tactic. My first thought is what's your training. you know, because I found a simple commonality between a lot of the people who were having a lot of good results on our forum. Um, a small handful of them are people that I've given these training tutorials to on an individual basis, and I'm always like, "Yay! It's good to see somebody having all these wonderful results after utilizing this training." Like Jacob and I, a friend of mine that I play on Mondays with, I showed him all this training stuff. Now he's the kind of guy who used to put in a tactic, play it for a little while, it would work, then it would stop working, get frustrated, try a whole new tactic, keep tinkering until he found another one that worked. It would work for a little while, stop working. So he'd keep doing this, and I thought to myself, it has nothing to do with your tactic. It has everything to do with how your team is training for your tactic. And if you make a lot of player changes, especially becoming newly familiar with a tactic can be very difficult. Well, if you're utilizing the training methods that I have and the things that I've put in place, your team will become familiar with your tactic rather quickly. And putting in the simple little thing called the match review exponentially increases the speed at which your team learns your tactics. It's wonderful. Now, I was talking about the DNA view because for me, everybody does this differently. The five most important mental attributes are determination. I think everybody knows that one. Determination is one of the three key ingredients in development. Without determination, players simply don't develop quickly. Work rate, one of the more important ones to me. I understand that I can sacrifice work rate at times, especially if it's a goalkeeper. You see here, like sometimes it's not the be all and end all, but I like a high work rate. High work rate means that they're not going to get as tired. They're going to give me a lot more. Okay? They're going to give me everything he can more often. Work rate's important. Teamwork. I like a lot of teamwork. Some places you can see that I only have it at 10 or 11. Goalkeeper only has a 9. I would like to improve that. But teamwork is one of those attributes that, I wouldn't have anybody who has like a 5. Like I think an 8. Well, this guy's got a 6 work rate, but he's also not my goalkeeper of the future. This guy is. Um, some of these attributes you don't see too many of these small numbers like this, especially once they're in the big team. See, once they're starting to play together more, those numbers tend to stabilize. Thank goodness for that. So teamwork is important to me because again, it has more to do with your tactical instructions. Okay, so alongside their teammates, if you notice those lines develop between players, and these two guys have already got a strong green line, and this third guy who's been playing with these guys all season doesn't have a line with either of them yet. Check his teamwork. He's probably got a low teamwork. It boosts that particular trait of having those lines work between them. If you read that, reflects how the player can follow tactical instructions whilst working for and alongside his teammates. A low teamwork player is not going to get the tactical familiarity with his teammates as quickly. And those things are important, those lines, because they can give you significant boosts. Try to be patient, though. Don't just play three guys together every game of the season for long periods because they're all going to get hurt, tired, and more importantly, their match loads are going to be high. Get to that in just a minute here. Composure to me is huge. All right. Composure means a lot. I hate blowing leads with a few minutes left in a game. Everyone does. Now, I can throw on time wasting. That'll help. But my players need to be composed. Okay? And now, when you read it, it says attribute is the player's steadiness of mind and ability to make intelligent decisions with and without the ball. The pressure of the late game is one of the things that comes into play. Now, pressure is a hidden attribute, right? There is one. And you can look that up if you want, I guess. But I try to utilize composure as my measuring stick for it. You know what I mean? Composure plays a huge factor in keeping a game together at the end, which brings us to the last one. Concentration would be the other element and component of that. Focus and attention to detail on an event by event basis. All right. Composure and concentration is what holds a team together. These are the things that will come into play when I have a 2-0 lead with 10 minutes to go and the other team is coming on with intense pressure. If I have decent numbers in those, I can throw on time wasting, sit back, press the praise button, and feel pretty confident that they're going to win. If you've watched a lot of my games here, I do it almost every time that I have a lead. Put it on time wasting at around the 80th minute, hit the praise button, and I just sit back. Have you seen my team blow leads? Not, I think maybe once. Can't stop it every time, but it happens very rarely. These are the things you're looking for in order to make that happen. And here's another thing: people look at sharpness and they look at condition. Good, keep doing that. But match load is something that you need to look at more. Okay, want your players to not get too fatigued. Watch their match load. Match load is how many games a player has played in a 14-day span. Okay? If they get to heavy like this, give them a break. Sit them out for a game. Sit them out for two if you can afford it, but definitely one. So, I mean, I have a game coming up here against FC Metz. I'm at home. They're 19th place. There's a pretty good chance that not a single one of the players with a heavy match load is going to feature in that game. And if I know me, and I do, I have planned it this way so that I have a game coming up where I can rotate in a bunch of backup players. In fact, I have team one and team two, right? This is team one, and I can just literally just go, boom, there's team two. See, nobody who's going to start in this next game has a match load above medium. I have a single player on the bench with a heavy match load, probably because I have another backup right back. If I had a third right back, I would probably put them on the bench instead. However, I use what I have. He'll be there. I probably won't substitute out my right back in the next game unless he's injured. Match load is one of those things, if you keep your eye on it, you rotate accordingly. Don't let big players get high in match load. Do you know those strikers that just disappear on you? They just stop scoring. It's almost like they forgot how to play. They probably have heavy or very heavy match loads. Fact of the matter is, they're too tired to play. And you weren't paying attention to that. If you don't rotate them and give them rests, but you need to know when to do it, right? So match load's right there for you. Okay. I know there's sometimes it's tempting. You're like, oh, big game coming up. This guy's on a heavy match load. Yeah, you're still going to play him. You are. But if they get too tired, they start to play worse. Match load it means everything. Even if their sharpness and conditioning is tip top, if their match load's too high, it slows them down. And that's one of those things where if you keep this at light or medium, your players will always play pretty close to their best, especially if they have high determination and high work rate. Okay? See how all these things mesh together? This is how you build a team on this game. This is how you train them. And then the tactic, well, it just comes together. I could put almost any tactic into play that is a reasonable and logical one. Though we're not here to teach tactics today. If you would like to learn about tactics, do let me know, and I'll go through all of the ups and downs of tactics if you want. But I need specific questions to address, of course. But tactics is a matter of you could just put in one of the default tactics. You can go in here and throw in a preset. Uh, I've tested tactics on this game for 17 years now. Had a bit of influence on these, but you can take some of these and just plug them right in there. Get back to your training. Make sure your training aligns with your philosophy. That's all there is to it. You're going to start to see results. You're going to start to win. If you can balance, the DNA of your team, although you can change these to what you want. If you think that there's more important attributes, change one of these. Balance the DNA of your team, watch your match loads, do your training on your own, realizing the things that we went through. Okay. If you do all of these things, you're going to win. It's just that easy. So there, I've dedicated my time to that. I'm going to make sure I put the VOD at the end of this up on YouTube so that the people who requested that can look at it. And now in the future, I don't have to keep explaining it over and over again. I'll have somewhere to point. This is why I started streaming to start with. Is a few people said, "Well, can you please just stream the things you're talking about so we can see it?" I'm like, "Well, okay, yes, I can," because I've been doing this for years. Where people come to me and they say, "Well, you know the game. How do I do this? How do I do that? How do I do lots of these things?" Okay, I, I guess they're right. Streaming it is kind of like a one-stop tutorial for all of these things. So I am grateful to those who talked me into it. And hopefully a lot of people will learn from it. There's a ton of football manager experts out there. Um, I don't know a lot of them personally. Okay, I don't know hardly any of them personally. But my claim to this game and my knowledge of it is I've been a tactics tester, I've been a game tester, and I've been a researcher on Football Manager for 17 years now. It's my 17th season. So I know the game pretty well. Things that I feel like I can offer the insights to it reasonably well. So hopefully take this advice and put it to good use. It's training on your own. It was never meant to be that difficult. I agree that it is. It's daunting to look at. I mean, I remember the first time that it was introduced, I looked at that and went, oh man, that's nothing like it used to be. Remember how easy it used to be? Oh man, you just used to click a few things. You felt like a fucking genius. You just put it all in the right spots and it's like, yeah, there's my training. I'm great. And it would work. Well, it got broken down into what they consider to be more realistic categories and things like that. And they utilizing the research that's out there, it is more realistic the way that it's broken down. It's more like how real teams train. And that's all well and good. And who wants to sit here and just read every one of these? You don't have to. Okay. You know what you want. So I've given you a skeleton and a baseline here to work with. Go ahead and take that. Just say that I need to some changes here. So I'm going to do it right in front of you so you can watch them happen. I was going to do it in front of you anyways because I like to put in a little ball distribution. It's a good one. It's match practice because I'm going to put in some quickness. Also going to put in some endurance training because I like to get that stamina, natural fitness, and work rate up. Right? Get those up. It's going to be a very exhausting day here, but it should be no more than a game day. So I'm going to keep these at recovery and 2 rests. I don't want 2 rests. It's a lot of physical work. Yeah. Let's do 2 recoveries and a rest after the. Well, I'm going to do that. Let's really push them. Let's do some resistance training as well, because jumping reach is nice. Work rate's on there. Aerial reach is on there. Balance, strength. Let's just have a physical day from hell here, and then let them recover like mad. Because the next week is a week off, so feeling okay about that one. Might throw some games in here. I can't remember what's coming up. It's the 7th of November. Some international stuff. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's an international break. So I don't need to worry about this week as much, except for that I do have a bunch of international players, but I'll deal with them when they come back. We'll get to that. Now that we've touched on all of those things, let's actually play the game. Oh, I offered this guy a job as a coach, and he said no. Yes. Not a good start to the stream, damn it. Guy turned down my national coaching position. Getting coaches for the national team when you are Macedonia. It's not easy. Right, so I have my second team in as I said that I would. None of them are on heavy match loads. Feel pretty good about it. I put Perez on the bench there because my other central defender is too tired, so I'm going to try to avoid him again. Hopefully, I don't need to replace the central defender. It looks pretty good in terms of for a start. Save the game beforehand as we always do. Anthony Gross is really coming along nicely, so I'm going to start him with some confidence. I feel Jagger could come off the bench. I've got some nice young options coming through that hopefully will be competitive at this level at some point, or at the very least get competitive enough that I can sell them and buy players who can compete at this level. Hey, oh, I love it when they have this. The media has been giving you a lot of credit. That one always leads to positivity, so I pick that one every time I can. Let's hope that playing backup players doesn't burn me today, because it often will. You can train as well as you'd like. Not playing any of your starting players can 19th place team doesn't mean it's an easy win. It means that they're going to fight extra hard to not be in 19th. So I'm really going to have to trust that my backup players play well enough to be competitive in this match. I have to rest my starters because most of them are on high workloads, and that just means that rotation is important. So, yay, there's a goal. Yeah, getting points from your backup players is essential sometimes, isn't it? Some people like to just rotate individuals, two or three players a game, maybe. And that's fine. Everybody has their different way of doing it. Me, I like to look a little bit ahead, figure out which key matches. Ooh, we've conceded. Yucky. Off a set piece, too. Well, we don't train the set piece defending, because why? That's why. But I don't get scored on very often on set pieces. Anyway, a set piece. Oh, very close. Would have liked to have gotten one back on a set piece there just so I can stick it to them. I like to have it so I have a starting 11 and a backup 11. I'll see which key matches are coming up and decide ahead of time which match my backups are going to play. Then, like I say, I hope for the best on my backups getting points for me. I don't like dropping points at home against lower down teams. I don't like it, but we are currently in Euro places, and that's my only real goal right now is to try to qualify for Europe. Sure as hell isn't to finish first, not with PSG existing. But we beat them in that cup. Take that seriously. I don't. But with not starting all their starters and all that. These backup players, I noticed they like to hoof the ball forward a little bit faster than my starters do. They're not as patient about letting other players get into the play. Oh, Sorensen, that was beautiful. That again. Of the season. Time for it. It's always a good time to score your first of the season. It's also a good time to score your second of the season. Yeah, extra hopeful there. 2-1 at the half. Our XG is above. Okay, well, we have two goals from 1.33. I'm happy with that. They have a goal from 0.33. I'm not happy with that. Oh well, can't change. Four corners to their none. Loving it. Fouls, yellow cards. Passing. Passing's over 80%. That's my benchmark. It's at 93. Gotta love that. 90 is just wonderful, especially for my backup players. Possessions at 60. Well, the fact of the matter is if your passing completion is high, you're going to have high possession almost every time. The media loves you. So yeah, that's a thing. If you want to try to get more possession, train your passing. that's that's it. It's also, I guess, it's also nice to have a passing directness can change that as well. Shorter passing does lead to more possession, but it doesn't have to be shorter passing necessarily. If you're going to go for long passing, you are going to give the ball away more. That's a given. All right, so I'm at the point now where my team is winning, so I praise them. The replay to make a change. Oh, Mason, you son of a! Should have scored that one. Okay, so my right back is tired. Go figure. I said I really don't want to have to replace my right back, but looks like he took a knock somewhere in this game. Player I didn't want to have to replace because it's the only guy on my bench with a heavy match load. Come on, do something. Right, well, shot it right at him. It's better than missing the net. I've still only got 9 on target out of 20. So we discussed this, didn't we? How that's one of those things. I also said I didn't want to have to put him in as a center back. Geez, nothing's going to plan. I wouldn't say nothing. Most things aren't going to plan. I'm going to put her in. No. Well, it doesn't really matter which young guy I put in. Let's make it Jagger. Whatever. You know what? Play the young guy. Have a little faith in him. Some time wasting. I like the way that my team is set up. The way that how composed we get is as soon as I put on time wasting, we get more of the ball and we end up scoring more. I have played games with time wasting on from start to finish. Oh, look, there it is. There's another goal. But I have played games from start to finish with time wasting on, just because we end up with more of the ball. And we end up with more set piece situations. All right, so time wasting's on. As I said, we're just going to hit the praise button. Just coast to the end. And all that. Or they could just injure a player for me and piss me right off, and I short a ban for the remainder of the game. Could be fun also. Right? Happy with how you all played. It's a tiny win for my backup players. Points. And we're in 4th. Comfortably in 4th now. We can't even fall out of European places with a single loss now. Monaco's even played more game than us. Things are looking up. Ross is injured. Chuck is also injured. Yeah, I said he took Reyeth. Very nice game. See that. That's why I brought that guy in on the smart. Okay, so now it's reviewing my training that's coming up. See, I had quickness training here. Should appease the one player who's upset about not having it. Sometimes you'll get on this page and you'll have like a whole page of guys. Don't worry about it. Don't freak out. Don't panic. Most of them want the same thing. So training it once, maybe twice, usually once, should appease them. So don't worry about if there's a whole bunch of them on that page, because especially during the preseason, there's gonna be. Or you get some guys who come back from injury and they haven't been doing any training, and suddenly they're like, "Well, where's my quickness training?" It's like, you had it while you were injured. I call this a babysitting simulator sometimes, because the players just don't act like humans all the time. All right, Petachuk. Of course, it's my right back because I literally just talked about how I don't have an extra one of those. Yeah, that's even my second team. I really need another right back, you guys. Anybody got one? Can anybody recommend a right back? Hey, Stick Piano, how's it going? It's 2022 and I'm in League One with Red Star. Can you recommend a right back? Oh, so many of those posts. So many of those get posted all the time. Budget? No, man. It's okay. I was just kidding around. I'm making fun. Totally just making fun. I know I shouldn't, but it's hard not to. We are with PSG 2031, so I can't help. That's fine. No, I was kidding around, Pond. I was totally kidding around. I do need another right back, but I'll find one. It's not a huge pressing issue at the moment. I think if I get absolutely desperate, yeah, this guy can play right back a little bit. I technically he can, although he's awkward. I really wouldn't try it. Let me see if any of my other guys can do it. Oh yeah, he can do it a little bit. Eh. Oh look, he's even got like a red. Please don't play me in this position kind of rating. Well, that's fine. Don't worry about it. You have a great rest. Thanks for the raid, man. It is. I'm having a good time with it. I just spent the first bit of my entire stream tonight explaining manual training to people because it was requested by a few people on my forums on Facebook. So, could you please explain training to us? So, for the first hour of this, I've just been sitting here explaining training. So, y'all showed up late. I mean, you were here a little bit sooner. I could have showed you how to do manual training and subsequently all of the things. Yeah, it'll be in my VOD later. I'll be up. Hey, thanks for the follow. Not Delhi, but Ali. Awesome name, dude. That's a good one. All right, I got my starters back in. However, I need to not have Petichuk on the bench. Karamoko, bench. Such a great name. All right, my starters are back in for this game, which is good. They all got their little. They got their wee rest, as we were explaining earlier. But the new people are here. Nobody's match loads should be much more than okay. Some of them are still a little bit heavy, but they're going to be on the low end of heavy, especially Sogba because he had to play in the last game because Petachuk got hurt. But you got to watch these match loads. Say it again because it bears repeating. All those games when your striker disappears or some of your players seem like they've just forgotten how to play football, it's because they have high match loads. If you rotate them when they have high match loads, they won't do that to you. Match load is the most underutilized thing in this game, I would say, when in regards to figuring out why your players are performing badly. So keep an eye on that. 5 substitutes, yes, I know. Please do. I'd like to know who my next in line players are ahead of time. Now we are back to yay, the media have given you a lot of credit. That's always a positive reaction. Let's go try to get more points. This is the Euro Cup. We are in first here. This is the game. No, this is the final game. I've already clinched going into the next round. Why did I play my starters in this game? Because I didn't need. Ooh, they got a straight red card. Look at that. No! Not allowed to injure Elmas. This is against the rules. What he got the red card for, I imagine. I guess this is about trying to finish first in Group D. Coming for you, Man United. Competing with Man United. This kind of makes me laugh right now. I was like, didn't think I was going to be here right now, but it's happening, so let's do this. Set pieces. Oh. So close. Yet so far. It's going to be a relaxing game at this point, I think. Easiest, quote unquote, easiest team in the division. They're down a man. We are mostly well rested. Me. That was terrible. That was a bad at that corner. Well, 7 on target out of 17. We're going to go into the half 0-0. I'm going to be pretty disappointed with that because look at this. We have a 1.56 XG. We should have at least 1 or 2 goals. 11 corners, which I love to see. 80%. Yeah, no. Passing's good. Possession's good. Point finger. Not happy with that performance. Go do better. I'm hard on them, I know. Some people might be like, well, there's nothing wrong with that. It's like, well, there is. We haven't scored a goal. That's what's wrong with it. To do better. Simply put, Todorov misses the net from there. Dude, how do you miss from there? This would be a really shit draw. So I'm really hoping that my guys come through with at least a goal here because this is starting to look like one of those games that just frustrates the hell out of you. There we go. Can't stop me forever. You cannot stop me. I will hit praise. That will make them all very, very motivated. Yep, see? Not ready for another change yet, though, because I already made one substitution, so it's a little early for. Now they have to open up a little, so we should get more goals. Don't think they're just going to sit back down a goal. Conrad, you're amazing. Damn. It's two really nice goals out of him. Now I can make a substitution. I'm going to let St. Maximin rest. I'll make another sub in a bit. Just in case there's another injury, since this seems to be the new theme of my games, is people getting hurt. Praise and a substitution. Let's let Sorensen play. He had a good game last time. Like to see him do. Praise. Oops, I forgot to. Time wasting. Now we just sit back and wait for the game to end. Am I happy with a 2-0 win in a game when we had over 3 xG, 13 shots on goal, 17? Like, this feels like it should have been like a 3 or 4-0 game, right? Am I happy with it? Am I? Want to tell them they did well? It was a good win? Okay, I will. But it really wasn't. But there isn't something in there for saying, you played so-so. There's no option for that one. So, damn. I wish there was. If there was an option for telling them that they played mostly just okay, said so. Give you that option, and therefore. All right, now we are going to play Saint-Etienne. Home. They have 10th. I can make a few rotations for that game. Holy crap, you guys. Is this absolutely necessary that, like, everybody comes down with the injury bug suddenly? It's not usual for my team. I don't train them that hard. Well, I mean, I train them hard enough. Not hard enough that this should be happening. 100 games, yay! All right, now we're at a point there. Not a Spurs fan. You didn't. I mean, sorry, I didn't address that. You didn't need to qualify that part. I don't think. Are there Spurs fans? Do Spurs fans exist? Okay, that's a bad joke. It's fine. Does he probably know? None of these guys need to play. I am not happy at the moment. Depth. I can safely tell you that. I've only played 4 games. Get in there. Todorov came into that one. Kind of tired. Heavy. Press. Next game is against Manchester United to decide who finishes first. All right, screw it. That's the way it's going to be. It's going to go straight up backups. No messing around here. Player I cannot play as a backup. To check is not ready. Okay, yeah, no, straight up backups. Hope for the best. If we drop points, then that sucks. But honestly, I kind of want to beat Manchester United. I know I said I wasn't going to compete in the Euro division as long as we qualified, and we've already qualified. But now it's kind of like my pride's at stake, I guess, in a way. Plus, we have international break immediately after that game, so I don't really need to save my starters for anything. So yeah, no, let's having remarks ahead of time. Should I? Should I not? Should I? Should I not? It's a hard decision. I know what you all would say. You'd be like, "Go! Don't worry about the league game. Go for it against Manchester United. Try to beat them." I know you would all say that probably, so I'm not going to ask. It's usually the crowd reaction. Try to win the harder game. So I wouldn't mind just be like guaranteeing 3 points here. Okay, I believe in my backups. I believe. Save the game before. Please save the game before you play. It's important. Most game crashes happen in a game. Freezes up or locks up on a screen. Okay, so I'm going to believe in my backup players again. They got me 3 points in that last league game. Do it again now. And away they go. Havachi. Okay, we're starting fairly decently here. The chances. This is what I worry about, though, is replays for them. Okay, it's a counter-attacking replay. Wonderful. No, it's going back the other way. Quickly. Yes, there we go. It's a bit of a ping-pong battle at the moment. Nice play, Mayembe. Nice dribble past the defender. That was nice and in the top corner. Starting to wonder if that guy was going to score another goal. Ever. Did it. That's great. All right, so we're up a goal. I feel a little bit better, but only a little bit. We all know how short-lived leads can be. Let's get another. Yes, get me another. I'd like to go into the half at 2-0, please. That would be perfect. Oh, Sorensen hit the crossbar because it was in the way. That crossbar dove in the way. You saw that? Hey, we're up in third temporarily. That's pretty cool. Ready? Wingsy fists. Media love you. Get out there and show me why. I'll wait until 62 for praise. Or unless they score right now, which they have. So I'm just going to go ahead and give them the praise now. Praise. I need to figure out what to do with this right back situation. Anybody else on my team have a rating at right back? But you have heavy match load. It's really just these three. Crap. Stuck with it. A young midfield prospect did. Some minutes in this game. We're up a couple, and I feel like we're controlling it well enough that one young player, not sometimes, all the time, one young player isn't going to. Can't take that yellow card off because both of the central defense. Stop worrying about it. Put on your young prospects. Praise their play. Should get through to the end of this. Praise when you're ahead. Demand more when you're not. Drawing or losing. More. Praise when you're ahead. That's how I like to do it, and it usually works out fairly well. Did put on a lot of young substitutes just now. So, uh-oh. Right now, I don't want to praise them through the end. It's going to be okay. Tell them not to get complacent because that's actually good advice. So we're going to get through this next game, and then we're going to have the international break. And I guess that's when we can address the next part of training, which is what to do when you have a lot of tired players. Oh, look, I've even got a couple here that are jaded. This is that instance where a person is tempted to just go into training and then rest and then give them some time off of training. But that's insufficient. The best possible thing you can do when you have players in that position, Jagger and Matthew. Okay, so come in here, send them away on holiday for a week. Has exponentially better results than simply resting them from training. They're not in here because they're not on first team. Yeah, right. I don't training of the second team. Well, if they were on the first team, which I guess is easily solvable by simply voting them for now, them long enough to deal with this rest issue because I don't trust the people that I have in charge of the lower teams to do it for me because they won't. They're not going to appear for a day. I have to go for a day before they show up, probably. Yeah, there they are. Yeah, unregistered. That's nice. Not the problem. Send you away for a week. Send you. Good. Now you're going to be on holiday. Holidays. Still on holidays if I. Oh, okay. I was wondering about that. I had a curiosity as to whether or not they would still send him on holiday if I moved him. There we go. If I sent him back down after putting him on holiday, would that hold? It doesn't. Off to holidays you go. Don't think I need to change my national team. Think. Should be back. They should be okay. So there's the training that I put in place before. They're warning me. They're like, this is a lot of intensity, man. Like, holy crap, what are you doing? You're right. I should probably reduce this some because greatly increased injury risk is not good before an international break. That's why you pay attention to those bars at the bottom. Because recovery, well, it will take injury risk way, way down. I've only got two of those, and I'm not going to add a third because you still need your regular rest. This is a bit much. I put in too much. Let's put something less ridiculous in here. Let's go ahead and put in penalties. There. It's never a bad idea to train your penalties. You never know when you're going to get one, and nice to have it trained up prior to the game. They reminded me to put in my first team squad. Do I play Elmes in this game? He'll be fine. He'll be fine. See, he's going to return. they want to increase the available transfer budget. Yeah, like totally do that. We want to give you more money. Okay, awesome. I'll go buy a right back. Transfer budget increased by to 23 million. Nice, dude. Okay. Well, after this game, we're gonna go shopping for a right back. In fact, maybe what I should do then is get in here and uh short term. Suggest some right backs to me. 32. This one's 20. Shortlist temporarily. Well, he looks all right. But do you know this player? It's pretty decent to me. Could be a really good rotation option. Asagba. If not a direct replacement, actually. Now that I think he's actually better than Asagba. Might be a good new starting right back. Mind? Macedonian squad to be decided. Like I said, I was going to keep it as is. Currently see any reason to change this. Through the up and coming players, none of them seemed as though they had caught up to the standard of the team. So that's the trouble with doing one of these smaller nations is watching the up and coming players can be rather difficult because you don't know when they're ready for game action because they're playing in such small clubs. You know, except for guys like Elmas because I bought him, Todorov because I bought him and developed him, backup right backs on my team, one of the backup goalkeepers on my team. Yes, I bought some of the Macedonians for my club. Oh yeah, and starting center back because I feel like I can have a lot more say and control over their training and development if they're on my team. Does anybody else do that? You have a nation, you bring some of the players onto your just to have more direct control over them. Did I just save this? A bad memory. I'm pretty sure I did. Talking about this. Yeah, but if I have a national team, I love to bring some players over to my club team because then they will play how I want them to. Then they will inevitably get the training for the tactic that I want. I like that. Try not to buy like the whole team or nothing like that. It'd be a bit much. It wouldn't be that expensive or anything. But a lot of the players on that team probably wouldn't be good enough to play this level anyway. Oh my god, did we just Larucci, what are you doing? What was that? That was terrible. Oh, but left back just made such a horrible mistake. That was a nightmarish type start. Here I am trying my best to beat these guys so we can finish first. And making errors like that. He's also got a 7-point rating. He's got the highest rating on my team. On counter attack. Stay, Nico. Set it up, bud. Set it up. You got this. You guys got this. Conrad, you are my best scorer lately. De La Fuente. Guy has been scoring in bunches. De La Fuente. De La Fuente, that's what it is. 1-1 at the half. Well, it's not terrible if I'm looking at the numbers. If I'm honest here, it's not terrible. Additional one. Media have been given a lot of credit. Yay, media love us. I don't know why that one's always positive, but it is. Now then, what shout will be coming soon? Will I be praising them because they've taken the lead, or will I be demanding more because they don't have a lead? Let's find out, shall we? Totoro. More than score goals. Oh my god, he just dribbled around that left back like he wasn't even there. Turned him into a pylon. It's fantastic. See how they reacted to that. Frustrated by the feedback. Frustrated by the feedback. All right, well, you can frustratedly go sit on the bench then. Because we are demanding more. Pressured by the feedback. Well, what? Fine. All right, so a draw clinches first for us. Not going to give him more shouts. Bit of time waste. Oh no. Is it the right choice? Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Okay. That'll be a corner. It's still not quite done yet, but on team. Yes. It's kind of lucky to come out with a draw if we get at these numbers. They did outplay us. Even though they got a fluky goal, they outplayed us, and that's not a bad draw. It means that we get to finish first in our division. So we have been expected to not even qualify. We have clinched the table. Yeah, it's great. A Red Star draw with United. So we're into the second knockout. Qualified quite some time ago. There's never a chance of us falling out of second. See what kind of run we can go on. Cup. In the knockouts is the best part of it so far. But now every team is going to be quite difficult. It's not going to be like those two teams at the bottom that we fed off of. I actually expected Fenerbahce to be much tougher than they were. So lots of people are on holidays. Good enough. Off to national team land. It's got to be a World Cup. Yep, we're not in it. We barely didn't qualify. I almost qualified for the World Cup with this team. Wish that I was in the World Cup with Macedonia, getting our asses handed to us, but just being there. Try to qualify for the next one. Unless they fire me, which they haven't yet. in for relegation. Okay. This is now 2 games. See? It doesn't automatically adjust. It's now 2 games, so that has to be changed. And if the AI was in control of my training, they still wouldn't change it. They would just leave a bunch of training in front of a game. You don't want that. Change this to possession, attacking, defending, so that let's get some attention during that week. So Jaeger turned back to the second team. Back to the second team. Playing a lot. That's a good thing. That should help them develop. Switch hats. There we go. Macedonia. Ah, yes. Works. That's exactly the reaction I'm looking for. Go. I love telling them, none of your places are guaranteed. Oh, even though I've picked the exact same team like 5 times in a row, 4 times in a row. I guess I made the one change. I have a new backup right back. Other than that, I've picked pretty well exclusively the same team. Club instructions issues? What's this? Sin and Machowski. Okay. Both backups, so Nilsson probably won't play at all. And if Matrowski comes in, it certainly won't be for more than 45 minutes. All right, we're covered. Good to go. That's another reason having my players, international players, on my team is a big deal. Because then I get to decide how much game time I give them. Estimated wages cost 4.9 to 6.2. It's not bad. It's like 20K in wages. It's pretty high for a small handful of players who make that much money. But I mean, they're all going to start making eventually. How am I doing on wage budget? 20K? Yeah, I could fit it. Okay. 0.9 to 6.2. So let's begin 5. And they just want some profit on the next sale in addition to that. That was easy. All right, offer accepted. Now, squad player. I mean, yeah. 3K. This contract looks great, just the way it is, actually. Perfect. All right. That was exceptionally tidy and easy. I wonder what the catch is. Badge for my coach there. Say improve the quality of your team. And you put the guy and you're like, not better than what I currently have. Although this guy might actually be better than what I. In a lot of cases, they're not. I guess that one in particular looked pretty darn good. Definitely better. So Hernando. Tulio Hernando. Sure. Some higher quality guys are being sent my way. Right, obviously. Because my reputation seems to be increasing some. I don't think I want to change any starters this game. Cost of kind of junior top. Anyone who needs to get a lot more playing time for the development's sake, because you need to be able to replace Nostrovsky in the not too distant future. He's 32 now. That's me. Shame going on an international break and only playing friendlies, but we'll be all right. These games don't matter as much. We just have to develop. It's nice to get more caps for people, though. It's funny how international games count as like regular games in their career, but for friendlies, friendlies on your club team don't. Just defend. I was nervous. I thought for sure they were going to score there. Hardy off the post for Cherlanoff. Moments like that where I really, really miss Pandev, where Cherlanov misses the net there. I feel like Pandev would have put that away just coolly. Have him anymore. He retired, so. Ostrovsky, there you go. Oh, disallowed because didn't think he was offside, but clearly he was. I'm not going to argue it, A, because I can't, and B, because it did look a little offside. Uh, could have gone either way. Flag up. Yep, that was a foul. Good, good, good. I think it was outside the box. They say it was inside the box. Well, this call definitely is going in my favor. And Nostrovsky will inevitably tuck that one away. That's just something he does. Sort of very clutch in that regard. Oh, shit on the ground. Okay, halftime, 1-0, off of a penalty. We are badly outplaying them. We should have at least 2 goals. So things are going well, but you're capable of even better. Played well, but there's room for improvement. There it is. Cherlanov is not the same player as Pandev. Same things. Wow, nice goal, Elmas. That was fantastic. Some changes. It's hard to get. Thud. Come on. I think maybe save for right after this. Good. There. 8 on target out of 20. I should have done. I wish I could train some finishing on these guys because they got an XG of 3. we sure think that we should have at least 3 goals. We deserve at least a third goal. Come on, get me a third goal, and then I can say that this game turned out the way it's supposed to. There you go. All right, great. Give him a praise, praisey, because you did good. That'll get us through to the end inevitably. Yep. Outstretched arms, a good win, a fine win. Potential striker for the future. Unless you okay, well, it's a friendly, so I'm not gonna injure my player that I need for my club team, so I'm gonna be rotating him. Broke our consecutive wins record. We've won 6 matches in a row. Wow, I didn't even realize that. Oh, what would you look at that? We have won 6 matches in a row. That's pretty sweet. I am the greatest international manager alive. Yeah, right. I know. It's just silly. I'm pleased to see him score for his country. Of course I was. That's why I put him on the team and play him. Petachuk, yep. I've developed you, dude. Getting here. Player that is developing rapidly. So, said all of that. Start the next game. This is going to sit out the next game. Todorov is going to sit out the next game. Stubbs going to start the next game. He's on PSG now. He would have been. That's good. Zinski, start this game. Anybody else I want to change? Shall I change the left? Let's change the left back. Wait, no. Current left back's on load. Okay, so only Kostov's coming in with load. It's going to be all right. I just have to resist the urge to put Elmas in this game. I need him for my club team, and see, I have the option of doing that. So who going to be? It's Colbert. No, definitely Julio Hernando. Cost a bunch, but upgrading things can always be positive. Sacked. French. Which, believe me, is difficult. I've been trying very hard. Okay, not so hard, but it's hard to do nonetheless. Right. So let's make sure it's all list. Right. So we're playing some slightly different players today. I think our winning streak might be on the line today, might be in jeopardy because Denmark is not terrible at all, and I'm playing quite a few backup players here. So I'm sorry to all Macedonians who would be watching this game, because I believe we could end up losing our longest ever winning streak. It's unlikely we will extend it. They're really coming on strong to start the game, as was expected. Ericsson, hear that right? Nice tackle. Okay, but apparently they didn't agree it was a nice tackle. It looked like a nice tackle from here. Maybe Romanov, that was a nice pass. Okay. I was complaining about you earlier, but that was not a bad attempt at a setup there. Pass to Kotsov. Okay, he seems to have something going on with Kotsov there. Alioski's my penalty taker. So I actually believe that I'm going to go with Bardhi. Bardhi should take it. He is my trusted and reliable goal scoring, mostly veteran. There we are. Oh, I was thinking they were going to get that back immediately, but they did not. So hooray. Kostov, you've been working really hard here, man. You're looking like you're not going to be out of place as the starting striker. It's pretty soon. Getting some opportunities, albeit you haven't scored them. Okay, as he scores a side goal, he's working towards it. He's getting there. He's working his way up. That's good because I was getting nervous about what I'm going to do once the good players are gone from this team. Well, finding their replacements. Center back is where I have no options for the future that I've seen. I haven't seen a good Macedonian center back that's young yet. So I mean that could become an area of problem down the line. Could definitely become, the next England here with shit center back options. Although we have better goalkeeping than they arguably. Hard he got this, bud. Yeah. For him. All right. Okay. So this game's starting to look like we may get it. It's my team. Awesome. Time wasting. All out up there. Ah. As soon as I saw that the replay was there, I thought for sure, yeah, they're going to take it back. Yeah, we're going to stick with the time wasting. I'm going to stick with praising them. Confident. And I'm taking you off. That's how that's going to be. Not put Elmas on. Resisting that urge. Strovsky can. Let's let Strovsky play. Yeah, Strovsky. Give for Cherlin. Yeah, I have Ms. Liu. Good thing he's not terribly old. He's only 27, but I really don't have. Oh, oh, my left back just took a red card. Okay, but I really don't have a replacement center back that's going to be better than. It's like that's not very good for an international level team that has aspirations of being in the World Cup. All right, I'm going to be playing without a winger now since we decided to get a red card. Um, geez, I just put Georgia out there. Shit. Changes, did it? That. Change. Time wasting. Decisions, decisions. Sorry, George F. Feel. But I can't make any more. I have one. Oh, it bugged it out. Glitched. He was red carded while I was on this screen. It says I have one remaining substitution, but it won't let me make it. Yeah. It won't let me make any more substitutions, even though I have one left. Ah, that bug drives me nuts. I'd like to have put out another center back. And I think to find out why. Yeah, no. No. There was never much chance we were going to hold on to that. Damn it! I want to tell them to focus, but it never works. This is usually a bad thing. Damn it! Well, this is the difference between my international team and my club team. My club team is trained well enough to never blow leads like that. Not even a man down. Yeah. So disappointing. Why would he come? Kostov. Kostov is leaving. It's going to be my backup striker next season. Yay! The youth facilities were upgraded. Let's convince them to do it, shall we? Facilities. Facilities. Improve training facilities. That's what I like. That's good for now. Accepted, accepted. Nice. Very nice. It's amazing. It's the only games I could get in here. Well, I'll tell you one thing right now. I can't wait till I can book some new friendlies because kind of want to get revenge on Denmark after that one. Wow, this is going to be a lot. It's because of the World Cup. So, Pixel. I two things happened. One, an awesome raid, and two, I did a complete and thorough training tutorial at the start of my stream today. A couple of people on my forum requested that I do very thorough tutorial on how to do their training themselves properly. And so I did that. Yay. Now that VOD will exist forever. Because I'll upload it after this. And then and then an awesome raid, which is always fantastic. I probably can remind you. I should be able to. I've got a few people to remind, but yeah, I imagine I can. Yeah, I mean it's always on my channel for at least a week, but I'm also going to have it up on YouTube. So we'll need to learn how to train properly. And I was really thorough, and I broke down little things and how you do it all uh, in different situations and how to tie it to your players and your tactic. Tried to be as thorough as I could about that. Now I can just point people at that video from now on. I don't have to. I don't have to keep explaining it over and over again. I mean, this is the whole reason somebody talked me into streaming was so that I could teach people how to do this stuff. So it's nice that I can just be like, "Oh, you need to know how to do this? Here's a link." I don't have to sit there and type it all out time and time again. Well, I mean, sure, if you have questions after you've seen it, definitely. I don't know if I missed anything. That's the kind of thing where it's like I explained it as best I could without somebody having follow up questions. If there were follow up questions, maybe that would show me some of the areas that I missed explaining on, or wasn't, I could elaborate on. I wasn't as detailed as maybe I should have been, but that can only happen when somebody has watched it and then subsequently asks about it. So that will be in a little while though, because right now I'm having a good time trying to qualify for Europe with Red Star and to not completely suck with Macedonia. That's where I'm at. Rayev scored for his country. Good for him. Good. Now let's go check and see where Cup is. Me too, man. Let's see where the World Cup is at. Okay, one game has been played. That's it. Check I just like pin this screen right here, so it wouldn't this screen. That's something we need. You'd be able to just pin a screen in place, so that when I move forward, it will stay here. Because right now, nothing else worth looking at. To improve quota. Head of youth development. What's a great idea? I mean, I was talking to myself. I'm not sure what great idea I just came up with. Head of youth development. It's happening. It's happening. Oh, um, which humble bundle? Not the monthly one, because I have that. Let's go look at what you're talking about. Is it in the big brain bundle? Probably. No, it's not in that one. Is it in the Seven Deadly Sims bundle? Ah, it is. Let's see what's on here. Oh my god. Ancestors is on there. Shit. About that. Yeah, but stories. Eh, we'll see. A lot of the games that are on my wish list are there just in case they go like 80% off. I haven't played it yet. I'm just saying that I already bought it and it's in that bundle. So it's like, darn, would have made that bundle a lot more worthwhile if it had two games that were on my wish list. But I bought that one not. Oh. But a lot of the games that are on my wish list are there in case they go like 80% off or are in a monthly bundle. I don't necessarily go after them to buy a whole bundle just for that one game. Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you. I mean, if it was a game I was super pumped and excited about, that would have been great. But it's not. It's a game that I'm like, I can live without that one. I have like 400 some odd games I haven't even played yet. A lot of games I haven't because I find favorites and I stick to them and play them for hundreds of hours. And sometimes I can't be bothered play a new game, even though I purchase it and it's on my list. I bought Ancestors during the summer sale, and I haven't played it yet. So that's what I get. Tuesday nights is my FPS Tuesday. I play first person shooters on Tuesdays. On a network save, it would be Wednesdays, Saturdays. Teams. Okay, let's see. We're in European Championship qualifying. Excellent. We have Austria, Turkey. That's a tough one. Israel, Luxembourg. Yeah, that's not going to be particularly. It's not my. All right, so Austria. Yikes, they are good. Israel to be pushovers, and of course Turkey. Apparently, I have a list. 17 starter. Wow, it's really impressive. Lists maybe two. Definitely get an updated scouting report on him. I didn't realize he was the starting keeper Turkey at 17. That's, that's massive. Not willing to sell. Well, I can't hardly blame them. Tuesdays just had to be Tuesdays. Well, I mean, press conference. I don't like press conferences. Looking forward to it. Good, just 3 questions. Whew. Why leave that crap to my assistant? So repetitive. So why'd you pick Tuesdays of all nights? Is that just what people decided? You have a group of players for it? Defensive bid. Thanks. MLS. Oh God, no, no, definitely not. Especially if it's MLS. No thanks. That's a big time hell no. I apologize, but MLS is not fun for me. Oh, I play Football Manager when I want to turn my brain off. That is a mental exercise in mathematics. If you guys do another, like, if you ever do a Wednesday night thing that's like pretty well any other league, I don't have to do a bunch of math all the time. That'd be awesome. I was trying to get something together on Fridays with a group of people that work out. Tough to find reliable people. MLS on Tuesdays. Well, that's tempting. It's like, yeah. I mean, I could consider changing the night, but yeah, I don't know. It's a bit much. Why does nobody play on Wednesdays? That's what I want to know. These guys are still in international duty. This means their countries have gone further than the. Why doesn't anybody play on Wednesdays? I wish people would play on Wednesdays. Uh huh. Right. You have nothing to hide, huh? I have my doubts about that. Bunch of friendly matches coming up, which to me is that I don't need to pressure myself to play starters. Matsima, why? Why must you be injured? Is that truly necessary? For what? Because signed Sergio Aguero? I need a moderator for that? Contract for Romero. Huh? Probably no. See, doesn't want. It's usually when you talk to them, they just be like, "I don't actually need it. I was just pitching to test and see if you would actually click on this button." Probably does deserve a new contract if it comes right down. Technically speaking, he should be playing instead of Todorov. I guess during this break is my chance to make those sorts of adjustments. So here, first team, that change. Which means it's complete, isn't it? This way. That. That one. I know. Use it. So, are you telling me that Boca signed Sergio Aguero in real life? I didn't. I'd heard that. Good for them, I guess. In my game? Oh, is that like a thing that always happens? Oh, look at that. Burrow's on Boca. Poof. Who knew? Yeah, he stayed with City the whole time, right up until now, and now he's on Boca. Well, that is. They even paid 1.6 million for him. How foolish is that? Guess it must have showed up on the news, and you saw that. Paying more close attention to my background news than I am. It sells shirts. Yeah, but they could have got him for free. He's a player that they probably could have got for nothing if they waited, I don't know, 5 minutes. Red Star. Okay. You opportunity. It's not going. Starting 11 players in this game. But so you're going starters. Danae. I'm going to have three right backs now, which is a good thing, except that they all need to play. I try to pay attention to the chat as best as I can. It's just the background news in my game, not so much. I do have those moments there where I don't see what's going on in my chat because I'm right into what I'm doing, but typically not with Football Manager. That usually happens more when I'm playing shooting games that require absolute focus and precision. Ooh, I didn't think I was going to put anything this season, but congratulations, you get to play in friendly. What do you know? And Jean Michael Noel. Yeah, right? Because we get to talk, exactly. Yeah. My other games, I'm not so talkative. I'm sorry. I know. It's terrible of Myson. Well, I mean, no, obviously not. Those games require absolute focus. Okay, UBRB. I have picked my team for this friendly match that does not matter. We're probably going to get destroyed. Bologna. Pump fist. Go and impress me. Bunch of friggin' under 18 players and backups and one or two guys I never thought I would ever play. How well we do it. This will be entirely dependent on what players they're playing against us. If they put a bunch of their starters in, well, we have no hope. But it doesn't look like they did. Looks like two are not taking this game too seriously, which means we have a hope in hell. Especially now that we're up a goal. Okay. Pump fist. Still room. Uh-oh, they're going to tie it up. Saw that coming. There was no doubt in my mind they were scoring on that one. Damn. Gonna make a substitution. I'm gonna start here. Yep. No big deal. This was coming. Try encouraging my team. Let's see how that works. Fired up by it. Sebastian. In. Bad chance. A bad chance. Or try to pull something out of this for us, shall you? Shall you? Shall you do? Sorensen. It's enough for. Mbodongala. Good future center back for me. Encourage. Check. Yeah, I've noticed. He's playing rather well. My scouts say he's not for us. I try to trust my scouts. I try. I know it's not always easy, but best to believe. Nice, Sorensen. There you go. Try to believe them. Tell me a guy isn't good enough to play for us. Encourage. Couple minutes left. See if he comes up. Let's get those super tired guys off of here. They're pressing to get their lead back. I don't want them to. Give me a break and play. Please give me a break and play that isn't them scoring. Thank you. Let's play Noel. Just throw there. Oh, what a pass! Oh my god! Ah, that was amazing. I did not see that coming. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Make those changes. Now I get to praise them, and we get to see out a win. Well, I didn't expect that, so hooray! That was such a dramatic game. You got to enjoy those ones, though. How you play? We were up 1-0, down 2-1, and then just pulled it off at the end. The manager made some good substitutions. I'd love to take credit for that shit, but it wasn't me. It's just my players doing what they do. I've always been baffled by that, how much credit a manager gets for what the players do. Now, I get it. They put the tactics in place in this, that, and the other, but they ultimately don't do the majority of the work. The players do. A player could go out on the pitch and have the game of their life, and they'd be like, "Well, but the manager was just a better tactician than the other one." It's like, sure, it wasn't that player who had the game of his life. All I'm saying is, managers get way more credit than the players, and maybe that shouldn't always be the case. French Cup, ninth round. Well, we are the defending champions of this cup. What? Are you shitting me? Oh, I get PSG right off the bat. What kind of bullshit draw is that? Wow. That is some super duper uber horse shit. Damn. I got all excited. It's like, hey, we're the defending champions of that particular cup. AFM folklore. You wouldn't believe what just happened to me. You wouldn't believe what just happened. It's one of those things in Football Manager that makes you just want to hit the game if physically could. So my team is the defending champions of the French Cup. Yeah. No, it wasn't the Champions League. It's the French Cup. But the moral of the story is I'm the holders, right? Like that's my cup. I won that. I'm like, oh, it's the ninth round, right? Like the first round that I get to play in, and they give me freaking PSG right off the bat. That is so cold. So watch me get knocked out in the well, what I would consider the first round. I'd be knocked. Damn. No, no, it's fine. It's all good, man. Glad you're here. It doesn't matter when you jump in. Didn't you just like wake up? Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with a largely unchanged team. Let's take a look. May needs to be part of this. Let's let him. Um, yeah, of course you are. You have work to do. You have to get on that game. I mean, you have yourself a challenge to meet, on albeit difficult one, but it has to be done. If you don't do it, who will? If you don't boost obscure nations into relevancy, who will? Okay, I'm gonna go because you get out there and help me out. I? Oh, I don't know if I've. Okay, so simply put, I have decided I'm going to do the National Hero Challenge because I like to do that each season. That's where you take a team from the bottom playable league to the top playable league. So I've already accomplished that much. I got Red Star into League One here. The reason I chose France, though, is because my partner is from France and she chose the team for me the one that was closest to her hometown, Red Star. So I'm playing as Red Star because I didn't really know the lower French teams. I admit this. I knew very little, if not nothing, about them. So she chose the team, and I decided that my goal is to do the National Hero Challenge, which is done, and now to take over PSG atop the French table, which is going to take some time. In addition to this, pixelated suits there. Um, During one of my previous playthroughs on a different game, told me that my favorite team must be North Macedonia. I asked why. He said because they have nice jerseys. I didn't know, so I looked and it said yes, they have very nice jerseys. And now I've decided to manage them in addition to a club team, if only to add an extra layer of challenge. And so far, I've done actually okay with them. I have them on their longest winning streak in their history with 6 in a row. I narrowly missed out on qualifying for the World Cup, but I have gotten them promoted to uh, Division A for European International League. So hooray for that! Now I can go up and get spanked by bigger teams more regularly. That's what's going on. So once I win the French League and potentially the Champions League with Red Star, I will either declare that the save is done and successful or set new goals. I'm just not sure yet. It depends on where we are during the year, how close it is to the release of the next game, things like that. It all depends on how long it takes. So right now, I just have a few modest goals set that hopefully will come sooner rather than later. Orca Perez says, "I want to play more." Well, keep doing that. Yeah, I mean they're simple, right? It's nothing complicated. I just year after year, I have a specific list of saves that I like to do, and some of them take me to different places. And obviously, that's the fun of it is being able to go to multiple different clubs in different countries and learn about them. So, yeah, my national hero one is the one that I try to save for doing somewhere else other than England, because I mean, I play the mostly English type things. This is 2022, so I've gone back to back promotions. I went from third division to second division, from second division to first division. But even more impressively, coming from second division to League One, I won the French Cup, so I qualified for the Euro Cup. So I'm also playing in the Euro Cup in my first season in League One. Yeah, I don't think yours is confusing. I'm not confused by it. It's got more layers. It's like an ogre. An ogre has layers. So it's not confusing. It's just something bigger than my modest goals. And if that's it's a really good challenge that you're taking on. So I appreciate what you're trying to do there because it takes a lot more long-term planning and success to boost a smaller nation out of obscurity. So yeah, you've got a lot on the go there. And now I'm not paying attention, so I didn't make my substitutions. I'm gonna make them now. It's okay. Okay, yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, hell, do it. Ooh, glad that was disallowed. I think, man, we're about to lose this one, even though we've outplayed them. Disappointing if that happened. Just realized how tired my backs are. I'm gonna go ahead and give them a swap. Yeah, I'm at a boring part right now. We've got to play a bunch of friendlies because we're in the World Cup, and my Macedonian team isn't part of it because we didn't qualify. Barely, narrowly missed out on qualifying. And now we are winning. So therefore, time wasting and praising. But the first hour of this particular stream, I dedicated to explaining how to do manual training properly in Football Manager because a few people in our forum requested it. So now I have it recorded. I'm going to upload it to YouTube after and pod forms. So now when people ask me, how do you do manual training properly? I can just be like, here's a link instead of having to explain it all the time. Oh, good. That was disallowed as well. I was about to. Whew. Man, we're trying really hard to throw this game away, aren't we? It's okay. I'm playing a bunch of kids. The fact that we're winning at all is nothing short of a miracle. I don't see a ton of starters on their side either, though. So, yeah. Although I play Aiden's Echo, I mean, it's probably better than the majority of my backup players. Okay, that is another friendly down. How many more do I even have? You know what? I'm going to instant results the next two friendlies because I can't be bothered to be playing friendlies right now. They're unessential to what we're trying to accomplish, which is play meaningful games. Oh, yeah. Well, you want to learn how after tonight? You can watch my VOD because it's the first hour of it is nothing but training, how to set it up in different scenario situations, how to work it with the DNA of your team, how to attach it to your tactics. It's all the basic things that anybody could ever need to know for how to do manual training properly. I don't have a game breaking code. No, I've been a like I think you know. I think I've told you I've been a tester and researcher on Football Manager for 17 years. So I know the game pretty damn well, like inside and out. And the whole reason I even stream is because a bunch of people talked me into streaming so I could explain this shit to people. And because I moderate a forum, the Football Manager group on Facebook. I'm one of the moderators for that, and a lot of the questions that come up there, I try to answer them. But people want to see how to do some of the things in the game, so they're like, "Could you stream it? Could you stream it? Could you stream it?" And finally, I broke down. I'm like, "Okay, so I've only been streaming a few months now, but it's fun. I do enjoy it." And my favorite part of this now is that when somebody asks me about this stuff, I'm going to be able to just give them a link and not have to explain it over and over and over again. Not that I've minded explaining it. These aren't complaints. It's just going to be a lot simpler to point to a link. Uh, so yeah, I get that benefit from this. I mean, there's thousands of Football Manager streamers, and some of them have hundreds and thousands of followers. And I've watched them a little bit, and I've seen them talking about the game, and I'm just like, they're not always right, but yet people take them their word as gospel. But then if I try to contradict it, to be like, who are you? It's okay, I guess. I guess I'm nobody, and that guy's somebody because he's been streaming for years, and I haven't. That's where credibility goes. Whatever, I've got the forums people in there know me well enough to listen to me on that spot, that particular location. But that's just it. I can only get so many PMs in a day where people say, "How do you do this? How do you do this? How do you do this? How do you do this?" And now I get to just be like, "Link, link, 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 link." It's gonna save me a lot of time. Gonna save me tons of time. Today was somebody requested specifically, "Hey, show us annual training, how to do trading in Football Manager." So that's what I dedicated an hour to, or just short of an hour. I think it was a whole hour, but it was pretty close. Yeah, I mean, if people request for you to share something that you do in this game, by all means, do it. Right? Like, just next stream, start your stream up and be like, "Okay, we're going to start this with explaining this bit." Then, when you upload it to YouTube later as a VOD, you just mark it as also this tutorial, not just part of my series, but also this tutorial. Because for me, it's both, right? I could sit here and just do a tutorial and then upload it, but I want it to be. I I started playing with the very first Championship Manager. Well, geez, even before Championship Manager. I mean, as far as this series goes, officially, I started with the first Championship Manager. I started game testing in 1992. I've been testing Football Manager and Championship Manager for 17 years. So yeah, I've been doing video game stuff for most of my life, most of my adult life or grown up life, as it were. Yeah, video games is pretty much one of those things that I like to do a lot of. Who doesn't, right? Isn't that why we're all here? Isn't that why Twitch exists? Which, of course, was funny when somebody said stream stuff, and I'm like, okay, where do I go about doing that? And they said Twitch. I'm like, what the fuck? What Twitch? Isn't a Twitch what you get when somebody says something stupid to you? You know. So, I guess not. I guess a Twitch is where you go and stream video games. Editing. Okay. I have a few of those things. I'm just learning how to do that. Uh, but I don't bother editing for YouTube. I just s- upload my when I'm done. I just go right into video editor and upload it. That's what I do. I don't bother editing it. Yeah, no, don't. I don't actually edit my videos once I'm done. I just hit the upload button, get the raw experience exactly as it played out here. 92, 93. Yeah. But yeah, I'm one of those people. Like, I get disappointed because like there's Football Manager challenges, right? There's tournaments and shit online, but if you're an SI staff, you're not allowed to enter them. So I don't get to enter those. I was one of those quiet background nerdy employees that's been working on this game for a lot of years. Um, I also worked on Eastside Hockey Manager, so I was part of helping Riz with that. I did a bunch of research for that. Some people know about that game in its brief existence. The first video game I ever tested was the original Doom for the PC. It's the first game that I and my friends got to test as a testing team. And we were paid to do so. Back when you were paid to test games. That used to be a thing. Now they just get you to buy the game early and test it for them. So people pay them to test now. Good model, I guess. Though some places still like to have testers. And so I still am gainfully employed in game testing. Yay. But it's not like it used to be, that's for sure. Now I get to change my training. There's another bit there that I should throw in if the people who requested this video are still watching at this point. Thank you for the follow. Alex Rios with two R's. Awesome. But I was going to point out for the people who requested it, the training comes to you. As you see here, it will ask you on a regular basis what training you'd like to do. So don't worry if you haven't gone into the calendar and updated every single week. Because look, I haven't. I mean, I can, sure. There's nothing to stop me from going, okay, I got 2 games this week. I got 1 game this week. But you don't have to kill yourself over stressing over this because they'll remind you every single week or every 2 weeks, especially if a game is added. Because, like, on this particular example I was giving, right here, I only have 1 game. Oh, no, I do have 2 games. One of them's on a Thursday. Oh, good. I get to deal with that one and show you, even though I have Wednesday, Saturday matches. But if I only have 1 game during a week, I could have a cup draw and all of a sudden I've got 2 games. They'll definitely remind you. They'll say, well, your training has changed for this week. That's why you don't let the AI do it, though. The AI won't change it. But you need to. You played Eastside Hockey Manager? You played Eastside Hockey Manager. Right? It's great. If you go all the way back to The original Eastside Hockey Manager on Visual Basic, you find Rista Ramus and you would find me. So, I had a big hand in that one. Eastside Hockey Manager is a classic. Yeah, the one that came out through SI Games. There's the freeware, which was hosted on my website. So if you played that, you used to go to my website and play it. If you ever went to fhockey.com, that is one of my websites. French Cup ninth round. We're going to start it up against PSG and find out if we can try to make a defense of our title or bow out in the what would be for us the first round. Bruster. It's a bubble bruster. I was just talking about my website because it was people don't think EHM freeware. The funny thing is they associate it with the website that hosted it as much as anything. But yeah, it's, that's what it is. Because EHM.com was certainly taken even way back then. Anything with three letters was taken like mid 90s. Pretty much as soon as you were able to start registering .coms, anything with short name or short amount of letters was taken very quickly, sold for a lot of money. Change season expectations. Yeah, I think we will. They're not going to give me more transfer budget, just wage budget. Oh, it's not even a lot more. This one. Well, if you're talking about the freeware, yeah, because it didn't really have much of an AI. It's like it was written on Visual Basic Student Edition, so we didn't get a huge chance to make a sophisticated AI. I would argue it was probably one of the most sophisticated AIs you're going to get for something written on such a basic programming platform. So I was impressed with it. I thought Riz was amazing. Let's just go with that. I helped with the research and database stuff, but I thought he was a wizard. Honestly, I couldn't believe it. And then, of course, when SI Games said, "Well, come make a Eastside Hockey Manager and get paid for it," make a paid version of the game, I was like, I almost burst out of my skin. I was so happy for him. Yep, it is hard programmed. I know, right? And that's why the editor exists. Let's just say that. Like they made an in-game editor for this reason because a lot of things. I'm going to tell you some secrets, right? But you didn't hear them from me, even though these are recorded and can be referenced at any time. Miles isn't the nicest guy in the world. I don't think I've ever made a secret of that. I don't think he does either. And he's a very stubborn guy. And when it comes to prioritizing things in this game, it's what he wants ultimately. Most of the time, what other people want just doesn't matter. That's why the majority of the things that are requested in this game, like the top 10 list of things people most want to see in this game, and I've compiled this list numerous times, the majority of them, he's just like, no, it'll never happen. Like, how many people want to manage teams that aren't senior teams? Would you like to manage under 18 teams? A bit more realistic. Can't do it. He won't let it happen. People want to be able to utilize their money in game. I don't care about this one personally. They want to be able to use their money on things, like FIFA Manager had that. It's kind of fun, but I don't care. But he's just outright said no, even though it's one of the most requested features. There's been a lot of people who've been wanting. This one kind of bothers me. Is they want to transfer overhaul, but it's because they're using it wrong. That should be one of my tutorials. It's teaching people how to use the transfer market on this game properly because like one of the biggest complaints on our forums, people will say, well, I bid 60 million on this player, but he went to this other team for 30. Or like, yeah, because you're not using the game right. Like, there's reasons for this. If it's an equal reputation team, say let's just say your team and another team are equal reputations, okay, all even playing fields, and you didn't get the player for a certain amount and they got him for less. Why did that happen? Once I'm out of this game, I can show you why that happened, uh, and how you can make it so that you can sign those players for less, because you're just not utilizing the tools in front of you to make it so that you're signing the players for less money. If you know, you know. I've explained it a few times throughout, you know, my playthroughs. First, I have to lose to PSG, then I can explain it. It'll only take a couple of minutes. Might as well injure my players while you beat me. Sure, you know, pour some salt on this freaking wound. Think I know where I'm going with it? Good. I hope that you do, and if you don't, you're gonna learn something. I think that I'm willing to bet, because I've watched you. I'm willing to bet that you know 2/3 of it, and that one of the three things I'll show you, you didn't know. I just a hunch, okay? So let's find out. Once, like I said, once PSG is done smacking me into the ground. Christ, injuring my players on top of it. Not enough to kick our arses. You gotta have to injure us too. Wow. Well, I'm not analyzing. I just have a hunch. That's all. I could be very, very wrong. I'm certainly not analyzing. I pay attention when he's playing. Certainly, I try to pay attention when everybody's playing. I still learn shit on here. There's aspects of this game that people do things in. It's not that I'm learning a new thing necessarily, so much as a different way to do something, and I love doing that. I absolutely adore when somebody goes about something in this game a different way, and it's really cool or it works well. I love that. So we've tied this game up. I should pay attention to the game as well. All right, yeah. If you're following your scouts, rating of 90, you get the percentage. Yeah, I like listening to what people know as well. Exactly. Of it. It's just so many different ways to play this game. That's one of my favorite things about it. It's just so much that can be done. Don't want to have to put Sorensen in a big game like this. It's not a. I was going to say it's not a knock on him, but kind of is. Um, Gotta check. Yeah, no, you're right. They don't. They're not doing it right. They just want to, they want to cold turkey it. They just want to go in and make a bid and have it accepted, but they're not doing the work that you're supposed to do. Exactly. Exactly. I think I'm going to surprise you with one thing you may not know. Maybe you do. I just haven't seen you use it. I mean, could be a time thing. So we'll find out. Yeah, yeah, and we're going to go with that. We'll talk about it, but there might be one more step to it that we'll figure out today. Let's find out. Because I love to destroy them down the middle. Because I like the compact style of attacking and the slightly less compact style of defending. That's awesome. Putting pressure on PSG just for the hell of it. Right? That's wonderful. Um, yeah, I like that a lot. So yeah, my tactic. Okay, that's the first time anybody's really asked me about my tactic. Normally, it's just about the training and that. But why do I like that? Because yeah, when we're attacking, I love ramming them right down the middle, basically. And some of my players still play wide. See, if my wingbacks are inverted, my wingers tend to still go a little bit more wide, or vice versa. So the way they over and underlap creates a lot of chaos for the defense. I guess when I'm in my next game, I'll point it out to you and show you what it is they're doing that I like about it. But it's a different tactic to be sure. It's not a necessarily a usual one. Pressure for transfers. Yeah, we're going to talk about this as soon as I am done this game. I'm not going to tell them that. This relax, pick your spot, don't change your mind. That's my favorite one. I do that one every time. I'm not saying it works every time because there's no science to penalty shootouts. This is a random draw. So I'm praying. Come on, team. Come on, team. Let's not go out in the first round after we won this cup last year. Or skip PSG in the first damn round. You don't? No. I haven't had any trouble understanding your explanations. Maybe I should pay closer attention and scrutinize it and analyze it as FM, as Pixel says that I do. I don't analyze, man. I don't judge people. Okay, this is going kind of. Okay, we need a save right here. Ready? Bozanowski, thank you for the follow, Destruction. Destruction. No, I know you didn't. I know. English isn't your first language. I forgive you. Sometimes some things get lost in translation, and it's, oh, goddamn, they saved my Sorensen. Man, this is why you're not going to be my backup striker next year. It's okay. Believe me, it's okay. Oh, man. I'm pretty sure we're about to lose this, but it was expected, so. Oh, no! My sound alert didn't work. Fix that for you. Hello, Destruction. How are you? I apologize for that sound alert not working. I can fix that right now so that it will. There we go. If you, I owe you a yeah. Play it. Bozaniski? No. There you go. That's the sound we were looking. Okay, so we have been eliminated from the cup. I am not happy with that. Been rehooked on FM? That's great. That's great. What got you out of being hooked on it? It worked. I heard it that time. Want to hear it again? I'll play it again. Because it worked. I absolutely heard it. All right, so transfers. Let's do this. Let's talk about how you get players for the same price as everybody else. Because, man, does that one ever bother me when people are like, this game needs a transfer overhaul. Because every team can buy players cheaper than I can. And the fact is, that's just not true. FM Folklore, you probably know a lot of these, as he was stating, unsettling players. That's one of the first things you want to do. So, step one, add them to your damn short list. Assign a scout. Don't just get a scouting report. Assign a scout and assign them for a long period of time. Assign an analyst. Glue yourself to that player, okay? Once you're glued to that player, the game will know that you're interested. And as it moves forward a little bit, it'll start to attach you to being interested, okay? We're going to talk about that, Destruction. It's not true. So once you've done these steps and you're attached to wanting them, you declare interest. Don't forget to declare interest. I mean, this one, again, I'm sure you know this one. Make sure you declare interest in them so that the whole wide world knows that you want that player, including the player and his team. Then one of the steps you might want to take is to bid on that player, a lowball offer at first. Because the reason for this being, you know it's going to get rejected, but that's okay. Because that player, if over a long enough period of time has become interested in playing for you because of your interest being declared in him, even if they reject the lowball offer, he's going to say, "Well, why did you reject the offer?" It's much the same as why they come after your players for a lowball. Okay, even if you reject it, they'll say, "Well, I really wanted to play for that bigger team," right? Well, of course they wanted to play for that bigger team, but that's why they put in the lowball offer, was to unsettle him. The AI is doing the same thing that you can do too. But here's a step, another layer that I believe nobody utilizes and they ought to. You often get a news article that says so and so has attended a game to keep an eye on this player. Attend their games. If you want a player, attend his games. It it's another big boost in the interest category. I don't know if FM Flow Quota, if you knew that one, or if you just don't do it because it's an extra amount of time during your streams. I mean, let's face it, I don't want to sit here watching games that aren't my own during a stream either. But it is another layer that can significantly boost their interest in you and your team. And if you do those things, you're going to be able to get players for a lot cheaper, probably even cheaper than the other teams if you put enough time and effort into it. But a lot of people that go into it cold turkey, like they'll just look at this guy and they'll go in here and they'll just make an offer, right? It's like, 43 million. I hit suggested it's 105 million. They don't want to sell him, right? But I can get him for probably the 43 million that he's valued, or maybe even less if I unsettle him enough. If I unsettle him enough, his value will start to decrease, especially if time's ticking off of his contract. The value starts to go down. If I'm patient enough, I can get a player for under their market value as long as you take the steps. Sure, if you want to shop players that are transfer listed, but I don't want to shop for players that are transfer listed. I want to shop for good players. Transfer listed players are often poor attitudes or just shitty players. I mean, not all the time. Don't get me wrong, not always, but more often than not. Oh yeah, the first things work fine. You're right. Unsettling a player is more than enough. But if you have the time and the wherewithal, and you really want to do, yeah, do what the AI does to you. Everything that they're doing, you can do too. It's a completely fair playing field. So that's one of the things that more people ought to know, instead of complaining about, overhaul the transfers. It's like, no, put in the work. It's there for you. Do the same thing that real life managers do. Like, they don't just show up and make a bid on a guy the day after they've heard of him. If you're a smaller club, yes, this again only really works if your reputation is at least even with the teams that you're competing with. Okay, if I'm playing as Accrington Stanley, I'm not going to get a player as easily as Chelsea is. Okay, and if that's the expectation, well, you need to work a little bit harder getting your team up there so that the reputation is boosted. But yeah, as far as transfers go, there's nothing stopping you from getting players just as cheaply as any other team. Yeah, if you're a small team, you sign who you can when you can. You're absolutely right about that. Try to look at the attributes that matter. My DNA here, I've explained it earlier, but those 5 attributes right there matter to me no matter what level I'm playing at. Yeah, fullbacks. Yeah, fullbacks are really important, aren't they? I think that fullbacks, especially in the last 2 or 3 versions of this game, have been like one of the most essential positions to have a really good players at in order to be successful. Good job. Well, I mean, a good one season job sometimes is all you can get out of people. Then you need to upgrade as best as you can. Like, I just got a new right back, yay! Because my board decided to give me a transfer budget. I'm now contemplating back because two is not exactly the star-studded backup I had hoped for. So let's go find myself a left back, shall we? Lies some of these things I was just talking about. That's good. Sort the value first. I'm going to scout you. See if there's any French ones. Oh, you're French. I'm going to scout you. Yeah, 3 to 4 million. I mean, yeah, sometimes when you're working with a tight budget, then you have to do your best to find bargains, and that's part of the fun of playing low leagues. Absolutely. When I started my Red Star game in League Two, I had very little, if any, money. I can't remember. I think I had no money, so it was just free signings and loans. Free signings. Well, it's not a whole lot of great players that are unsigned that will play for Red Star at the beginning of this game. Oh, here's a guy that's listed. See, they're not always crappy because his DNA is good. Scout you. A sufficient number of left backs to scout for the time being because I don't want to be at that all day. Try to stay up. Yeah. Goalkeeper. Well, at least it's a goalkeeper. As long as as long as you don't have a 40-year-old midfielder trying to do a job, goalkeeper's not so bad. Staying up. That's a different conversation. Since this became Football Manager, what was it, '09? Football Manager in '09 or '08 or '07? Lost track. When the hell did we turn into Football Manager? But since it happened, it's the point I'm trying to make is uh, I've played it every year, year on year, and whatnot. And I've never been relegated once, not once. Ever been relegated. 36-year-old Lucas Ski is backup attacking mid season. Okay, so not a lot of pace there, but an attacking midfielder could be okay as long as they're just sitting in the slot, right? That's not too bad. What was his pace at? Did you something god awful at that age? 6. No, have him for 40K. What do you say? Nice. I just got free 40K for a guy I wasn't using. Love doing that. Slower than a turtle. Absolutely. Okay. Good enough. Good enough. As long as he can still pass and shoot, though. I mean, that's the thing. It's not so bad. So I am going to have a match on this day. This is one of those confusing ones where it's all muddled up. The game hasn't been assigned here yet. 17 passing, 16 long. Yeah, that's right. That's right. He just needs to sit in the slot and utilize those attributes as best he can. I wouldn't want to put him in charge of leading the midfield, but from an attacking position, not so bad. Don't expect him to play defense, I guess. This week. 16 finishing? Yeah. That is not bad at all. All right. I'm just going to throw in the things that I like to put in as extra things. This is explained at the beginning of this VOD. So, fence. Talk about which of them are than others. Let's put in some quickness because my players always. In fact, let's just go and check and see if they want anything. Nope, no negative complaints for training right now. Figures. Looks good. Training is ready. Change so far. Away to 4th place. Here's a big game for me. Yeah, 18 and 19. Wow. It's guys, yeah. What's up, Pixel? What's up? I like that people are here engaging and asking about things today. So I actually got to do like 2 lessons in one today. Transfer one is just so essential. And we got to talk about it. I want to start it right. Lesson's going to start. to that a permanent change. Away to fourth place. This is a big, big match right here. These are the types of teams that I need to be able to beat if we're going to finish in the spots. This is the team directly behind me. Admittedly, I've had a reasonably easy schedule to this point. So now I have to actually play against some of these more challenging teams. I mean, I played PSG and they beat me straight off, but I mean, it's one of my only 2 losses. So, as impressive as my position looks right now, it's only because I have not played a ton of the teams at the top. Here is one of our first real tests, an away game. Just another top squad. This is the team I'm going with. These are the prayers I'm saying. How many prayers there will be? Oh. Can't give him 16. Go to the match. Go. Hey. Show me how to. Yeah, always pick that media one at the bottom because it's always a positive response. The media love you. Yay! I don't know why that always works, but it does. Not all of the things in this game have to make sense clearly. So that was close. Signed him for 650K when he was 18. Scored 28 goals and 8 assists. That's some seriously good contributions for 650K. De La Fuente, you are amazing and I love you. He's worth 4 and 5. Yeah, that's good. Well, I mean, he's probably worth more than that to you. Sure, his price tag is closer to about 20 or 30 in your mind, but valuation has nothing to do with value. Value of the player is determined by a bunch of different factors. It's not just their contribution, it's their player reputation, your team's reputation, length of their contract. There's a whole lot of factors in what a player's value is, but it's not what they're worth to buy necessarily. And I think a lot of people confuse that one too. You know, they think, this player is worth this much. No, the player is worth what somebody's willing to pay for him. His value is determined by other factors. I think that's another frustration people get. They think that the player's value is how much it should be to buy him. That's just not the case. 5-year contract, nice. Yeah, so you should be able to get, wow, definitely going to get your money's worth out of that. Media love you. I love it when it's there, even at halftime. I actually had a person talking about that in one of my streams. Geez, it must have been probably my third or fourth Football Manager stream. Only it was a couple of months ago. Damn it, they scored. And I was talking about that, about how a player's value isn't necessarily how much he should be sold for. That's just, there's other factors for that. And he strongly believed that the AI just cheats, right? And I was trying to explain to him a lot of the things about the transfer that I was saying here, and he just got so angry with me. He's like, "No, the AI cheats. None of what you're saying is true. They have an unfair advantage over all of the players." And he actually unfollowed me. I was like, "Okay, man. I mean, I'm trying to help you out here, and I'm trying to tell you how it really works, but I guess, I guess if you're going to be angry, you can be angry." It's unfortunate. It's dead set that the AI cheats and the game needed a transfer overhaul. Yep. No, that's, hey, loans made permanent is one of the best ways to get players because their value has less of a factor when they're familiar with the team. It's all in mail. Right, so he's going to go. He needs minutes. I don't want to take out Elmas, but I feel like Should, because I need to preserve him plus yellow card. This might be too early to time waste, but I'm going for it. 10 goals as an attacking mid. That's a good contribution from an attacking mid. Remember how many assists? Gilmore, you beautiful, beautiful guy. That's why I put you in. Sorry, there's bugs flying around. Weather was strange today, so we got these little black dot things flying around. Oh, oh, almost another goal. That would have been too sweet. But at least we're putting on all this added pressure. See, it's like I say, when I do use time wasting, we tend to control the ball more. 11 goals, 7 assists. So basically, it contributed to 18 direct goals from an attacking midfielder. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Time your attacking mid can contribute nearly 20 goals in a season, you're having a successful run with him. I'm very happy with the way you played. Yes, that's a good away win against the team that was chasing us. That's my team coming up big and testing their mettle. So we're still in third. 3 points behind the NA is in second. 6 behind PSG, which is not even a realistic target, so I'm not worrying about them. Top three is looking like it could happen. 5 straight wins. You know what I look at right here, right? What do I see here that I'm unhappy with? I'm sure you see it too. Not a single clean sheet. We pissed away the clean sheet in every game. Uh, yeah. If you can get some players that develop with you up through higher leagues, it always helps. But damn it, man, that's 5 wins in a row is nice, but not a single clean sheet among. My goalkeeper isn't even. Oh my god, he's way down here. He's only got 3. Oh man. Okay, so that's something I'm going to address sooner rather than later because I like clean sheets a lot. Oh, how ironic is this? He's talking about how my goalkeeper has next to no clean sheets, and he's like, I want a new contract. Oh my god, he actually wants one. Usually you come into the conversation, they're like, no, you stopped by, I'm happy now. No, he legit wants a new contract right after I've complained he has no clean sheets. Oh man, you can't make this shit up. Okay, you got plenty of time in your current deal. See, he's good with that. It's true, he does. Bayern Munich got Taro for 50. What were they thinking? Well, I guess they're thinking that finishing isn't the most important attribute for a striker. If I'm looking at strikers, finishing is probably the 6th attribute I would look at. So, yeah, probably had other intangibles they wanted. Let's assume that was the reason. I mean, I've had strikers with like 10 finishing score 40 goals. Finishing is really essential overall. It contributes and it helps, but it's not all and end all for goal scorers. Now we get to play the team directly in front of us at home. Headers are a good contribution for. Yeah, I like tall strikers too. I do. I love a tall striker. This guy's not bad, Antiste that I have here. He's 6'1". He's got 15 jumping, 16 heading. He's not bad. Like that's really, really good. And obviously he contributes quite a bit in that way. But while I prefer tall guys that can jump and head, as far as attributes go, uh, I look at mentals before I look at technicals to start with, especially if I'm in a lower league. But overall, finishing, while important, is less important than composure, work rate, teamwork. I like teamwork. This is a personal one. Um, First touch is really important, but unless you just want the whole lot of timers, like kicking it straight away, uh, then I guess first touch isn't as important. But if you're going to do that, then you want to train that PPM for sure, that they're first time shots. I would argue first touch is more important than finishing. So really, it depends what you want your striker to do, right? Like how you're going to shape them. If they're nothing but a poacher, then you want some good physicals, things like that. So, but it is with these guys all wanting contracts. Okay, starting to win, pay us more. That's fair. They're not wrong. They should get paid more for. I am vastly underpaying my team, but that's what you do when you have the biggest budget. It's also how I've managed to get a decent transfer budget. I'm still under my wage budget by a bit, though. So raises will come probably after the season. Okay, let's move ourselves up to second, maybe. Hey, guys, I think I did my other loss. Lost to Pittsburgh. G. L. Oh no, I haven't played these guys yet. Oh, well, that's easy. It's in preferences. Formats right here. See, temperature, height, weight, right there. Do that again. Catch it. References. To check. Loads. We're good. Which is awesome because I can't afford it not to be good. Problem. How would everybody like to learn yet another one of these kick-ass things that you can do? Who wants to learn another secret? Who wants to learn another game secret? Lots of people know this one, but not everyone. So, so if you're in the game, you can go to your tactics screen and click on a player, and at the very bottom, you can swap his positions with somebody. So I'm going to do this with Ribeiro and Elmas. See, confirm it. Now during the game, those two are going to continuously change sides. This is great if you have two strikers because you can really mess up the other team's defense if they have man marking on. So there's another fun little tidbit for you. 6'5". There you go. That's a very tall striker. So yeah, he's going to win the odd header. Although keep in mind his height isn't factored in, just his jumping, reach, and heading. And then if it's close with another player, it's going to be his aggression and oh damn, and then there's a bunch of other things. But aggression is actually really important. Use a two striker system. Well, do what I just did there. If they, especially if they play the same. Well, you know what? Are they both the same role? Have like two attacking midfielders, or is one a target man and one's a poacher? Like, do you have? How do you how do you utilize them? $16 jump reach. Seeing him for a 6'5" guy, I would want it to be 18 or 19, maybe even 20. So make sure that you set up your training so that his jump reach gets improved. Because you have guys that tall, he's going to have the maximum cap. He's two advanced forwards. Perfect. So yeah, just select one of them, right? go to swap position and pick the other advanced forward, and they'll constantly change sides. The swap positions back and forth throughout the game. Really mess up defenses doing that. It's great. Tyson, there you go. Sure. You like that style? That's absolutely an effective one. I will now praise them early because I feel as though they deserve it. For improvement. I couldn't agree more. That's exactly what I was thinking. You're playing well, but you could do even better. Please don't go the lead. Let's try to get a clean sheet today. Oh, that would be awesome. Had one in quite some time. Bison again. What a lad. There he goes. Strength 16, jumping reach. I mean, I would train his jumping reach. If he's 6'5", it means he has a higher cap on his jumping reach. You can't train a 5'8" player to have 18 jumping because there's it's hard coded in, but there's a cap on the jumping reach a player can have based on his height. That's the only time height is ever factored in when it comes to jumping. Is how high it can be. If he's 6'5", then his cap is 20. So there's no reason not to try to make it higher if you can. Depends on how old he is too, I suppose. Might be other attributes you want to focus on because it's not like his jumping reach is bad. It's good as it is. He's going to win a lot of headers, but you probably want to make sure you win all the headers. I had a center back I signed that was 17. Peter Roach. Yeah, I had a guy that was 17 and he was 6'3", and then he only had 13 in jumping. So I was like, I'm going to focus on that. So I put a lot of his training on, you know, the team training on adding some jumping reach for him. Put his unit on that. So he ended up getting up to 19, which was pretty great. By the time he was 19 years old, he was up to 19. Got it up 6 points in 2 years. So I was like, yeah. But I mean, the only downfall to that is that your whole team is going to be trading it, but that's fine. I like winning balls in the air. Who doesn't? Oh yeah, he could. He absolutely could. Definitely. Depends though. If you want to round out other things, it's up to you how you want to develop and shape your players. Like I said, once I'm done tonight, I'm gonna upload this VOD. You can go check out the manual training tutorial I did at the start of this, and it show you exactly how to shape that player to being what you want him to be. Praise. I think we're doing this. Come on. Yay, a clean sheet. I'm so proud. Outstretched arms. Good win. Done. Oh, that's amazing. We kept a clean sheet today. I should have bitched about it sooner. And they are ahead of us on goal differential. That's okay though. It's okay. We don't score a lot. We score more than most, but just not enough to be ahead of them apparently. Passing was good. 19 pace and acceleration. That's a very fast player. That's definitely a player you want to counterattack with balls over the top to. Probably get a breakaway or 10. Do you have a player who gets a lot of breakaways, you're going to want good first touch and good dribbling. because they're definitely not going to do first time shots from where they get the ball over the top, right? Well, why are your defenders trying to catch up to him? I think the other team's defenders need to worry about that. Right? I love when a backup can score. Oh, man, wish I could get some production out of my backup players sometimes. Sorensen, I mean, Barry's got a goal and an assist out of 9 appearances, but that is not exactly lighting it up. I brought him in because he was a decent upgrade over what I had, but I'm excited about the player I'm bringing this season. Striker for my Macedonian team coming in. I believe he's going to be a much better backup option. Or I'm being entirely biased, whichever. Macedonia, Macedonia, and another Macedonia. Yeah, bringing in 4 players from my Macedonian team to develop and turn into hopefully turn into regular players for the national team. Way to 20th. These are those games where you try to make tough decisions. It's the last place team, granted, but it's away, so you know they're going to fight hard. Still, though, match loads are at heavy. We need rotation today. I'm going to start Mayembe up top instead of Sorensen. Because, after my last complaint, which I made moments ago, it stands to reason that he should probably not get so many starts relied upon as heavily. No, Goran Pandev retired. He is retired. I don't have him anymore. I had him at the start. I was actually earlier today, just earlier in this particular playthrough, complaining about how I miss him because I have Cherlanov playing in his spot on right wing, and he doesn't do the same things. He's not as good as Pandev was there, so I miss him. But what are you gonna do? Tired. He's an old guy. It's 2022, and the game was already 36 when I started, so 35. I don't remember. Old. Definitely losing his pace. But for a team like Macedonia, he's still a very good player. Trying to buy Mysanov. That's tempting. Since I have Anthony, I play. And though start playing Jaeger, it's not quite well. Jaeger could play more, but I can't sell him yet. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to reject this. And if they come back and I can change the transfer date to end of season, I'm going to go Diamond 442. Yep. I run the same thing in another game that I play. Show it to you. I have a diamond tactic. It's my diamond. It's the one that I use on another game I play with a friend on days and has absolutely destroyed so far. It's been great. Position did it? No, no. Everything is ready and set here, as it needs to be. That's good. Wait. Actually, pet a check. Yeah, I mean, I really like five at the back tactics. I do, but unfortunately, as one of the tactics testers for this game, I can safely tell you that they are underpowered and they are not as effective as they ought to be most of the time. I mean, if everything was perfect, then all of these games, all the tactics would have some sort of equal weight or measure if you implemented them properly, but they're not. There's simply some tactics are just more powerful than others. A full season with just one keeper on your squad? Ouch. That's brave. Very brave. Okay. That's definitely going to be a penalty. I am very sure that's going to be a penalty. Billy Gilmore is going to take the penalty. I can't imagine doing that, but if it worked for you, usually ghost players are really, really bad. Usually, no penalty, no penalty. You are full of shit. Okay, fine. Yeah, ghost keepers. I'm scared to play any ghost player because they're usually really awful. Guess if you just don't allow the other team to get a shot on goal, that's brave because all your budget could for. Fair enough. That's absolutely fair. And I mean, there's reasons these things happen, right? It's not like you went into the season planning for this. Oh, of course. There goes our goddamn clean sheet. An academy player? Yeah. Well, technically speaking, if you had academy players, then you had backups. Right? Oh, good. That goal didn't count. Right? So there's still a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. Ozanowski. Come on. I thought they were about to give them a penalty. Yeah, no, absolutely. You're right. There and well, but that gives them an opportunity to play at least. Maybe they can develop into a good backup. Hell, maybe they'll develop into a good starter. Although, if they were going to develop into a good starter, there's a pretty good chance he would have known that ahead of time. Fairly reasonable chance. If that's something you would get Jaeger some more playing time. Love that I'm getting so much playing time in here. Matsima! Way to go. Awesome. Still getting replaced next season, but damn, that's awesome. Okay, Sorensen. Oh, I just put you in. How are you already down to such? Okay. All right. You are lucky. Absolutely. Yeah. Guess he didn't play well enough for them or enough in general. Try to get ourselves. Oh, I was about to say get ourselves into a position to keep the. Shouldn't say it. Don't say the words. You might jinx it. I don't believe in that. I'm trying really hard to keep this clean sheet, so Praise the players. Waste the time. They're really pushing hard. Got a nice lead this time. I think we've scored 4 in a game in quite a while. Thinking about 3. Well, yeah, no, if they come back on loan and they're good enough to be in your team, then that's a successful loan spell as well, I would think. Oh, Mayhemby, that was a nice goal, dude. It's his first one. Yeah, first goal. Way to go. Praise. What type of shoes do I Merrell's? That's such a random question, dude. I wear Merrell's. I walk a lot, so hiking shoes is pretty much my best option. Clean sheets in a row. That one was nice though. 5-0. Yeah, like I said, oh no, we scored 4 back here. It's been a while. That means we're catching up in that goal differential department though. Merrell's, that's the type of shoes that I wear. They're hiking shoes. It's a brand. Okay, good. 27. 27 is not bad. For a backup keeper, 27 is great because, I mean, geez, that means you could have him for like 8 years where he's still going to be decent. Right up to like 35, I suppose. Keepers are still fairly good, especially his backups. Nikes. Do I wear slippins? I think you mean slippers. Yes. Sort of. Yes, I do. My slippers are Under Armour brand. They're not really slippers though. I have slippers for the winter, but that's when it's cold. For the summer, I just wear flip flops, Under Armour flip flops around the house. Nikes, I would never pay money for. That's just me. It's just me. I know lots of people like Nikes. I just have never had success with them. They usually fall apart before I'd like them to. They are very comfy. They're exceptionally comfy. Thing is I used to buy like cheaper flip flops to wear around the house, but they it's comfortable. Somebody's like, "Why don't you actually, since we spend so much time wearing them, why don't you actually buy something that's comfortable?" And I'm like, "Fine, I'll spend a little bit more money on myself. Need to." And I got these, and they weren't actually that expensive. I got them off of eBay. Actually, I not eBay. Sorry, freaking Amazon. Just confused eBay with Amazon. How old am I? Shit. Anyway, so I got them off of Amazon, but that's because I'd seen them at the store, and then I compared them, and then they were slightly cheaper on Amazon, so I ordered. And I got them, and yeah, they're just comfy as hell, man. Fully custom. Okay. If you need custom shoes, then yeah, you need to invest. You want a mommy. You want the link to my shoes? Sure. No problem. I mean, don't know what good that would do you because they're on the Canadian Amazon site, but I'm sure you could find them on a different. Just in La Mommy. You want a trial. Oh, you want his shoes. Oh, you're on a Discord with him? Okay, cool. He's in a full time contract. Say no to that. Custom Nikes. Imagine what custom shoes would be like. Probably also pretty damn comfy. I'm going to get to this next game. I'm going to start up the first half, and I'm going He's not in my Discord. Should I invite him to my Discord? Copy. Here, destruction. There is an invite to the Discord. Sure, man. Come join the crew. Rush. This is a problem here. I still have to sort this thing out. Why in the world did they give me a Thursday game? I'm supposed to play Wednesday, Saturday matches. Then gave me a Thursday game. It's supposed to. All right. Well, this means that I get to change things around. Physical list. This into preparation. Shit, let's go with defensive shape. Why not? Haven't had it in a while. I'm going to make this one the match review game before. Yeah, sure, no problem. Which section would you post those in? I guess just picks. That's where that would go. You know, since it's not a funny, unless it's comical. It's comical, then go with the funny section. Like if they're comically huge. Picks, yeah, picks. Easiest section that's just for random things, random pictures. Training. Here we go. Okay, they've changed it. God. Well, at least you got to see me change it if it's a situation where that happened. But no, they fixed it. There we go. Now it's normal again. Gotta check. Send you home. I don't. In cold spreading around the team. I'm not making fun of his feet. What the hell? Nobody making fun of anybody's feet. Maybe he got comically oversized shoes custom made, not because of his foot size, but because it would be funny to have gigantic shoes. You just don't know, right? Oh yeah. Okay. These are pretty fancy looking shoes, man. Right? Yes, it is wide feet. I have wide feet too. So, what's up? Lots of people have wide feet. It's the funny thing is, very few people actually have as narrow a feet as the damn shoes in the shoe stores. Most humans have wider feet than the shoes in the shoe stores. But they're finally starting to make shoes in wide sizes, which really what they should be is normal and narrow, not normal and wide. It's like that bugs the shit out of me, man. They need to figure that shit out because it's like corn on the cob, right? That doesn't make sense. Why is it when it's in a can and it's all in pieces, it's called corn? Or there's corn on the cob? No, that doesn't make sense. It'd be like if you cut my arm off and you're holding my arm and you'd say tie and you put it back on, you'd say tie all together. No, man, that's not how it works. It should be normal shoes, and narrow shoes, not normal shoes and wide shoes. No, it's wrong. It's wrong. Wide should be the normal. Corn on the cob should just be corn. It should be corn off the cob. Why would you want to do that? I was trying to just make an example. I don't need anybody to actually cut my arm off. That's slightly sadistic of you to say that. All right, I'm going to trust you two to entertain yourselves briefly. Put this game up, and then I really need to go to the washroom. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Am I winning? Oh my god. I'm really winning. Not even winning a small amount. I didn't do that. Best goalkeeping staff. That's awesome. I went to the washroom because I drank too much soda stream. And I still have a bit of this one. And I have 2 more in the fridge over there. You're right. I should get another one while I'm thinking about it. There we go. I'm all set. I have a 4-0 lead at halftime. Wow. Okay, this team is getting better and better. I actually want to tell them they're playing well. Well, you want those players to bond? Watch my training tutorial. It'll teach you all about how to make that happen in a real hurry. Want it to happen fast? Set up your training exactly the way that I stated at the start of this. You will have no problems with bonding experience. Um, uh, that's not there to tell me to eat. That one I set up special for Joanne. Actually, she wanted to tell me when she'd left a snack for me. Or you can put that there when I'm snacking and what I'm eating looks good. So here's what I'm going to be snacking on. I don't know if that's exciting or not. I'm going to snack on those. You see, I said that too. I said, you know what? If I eat every time somebody puts that there, I'm going to be enormous, and I don't want to do that. So I put that there for her to remind me, and in case you think what I'm currently eating looks tasty. Face tats and all. Right on. That must have been fun. I guess, if you're into that. I don't ever use my own name in the game. Um, Maybe once when I'm some testing at the start of the season, but I always make fictional coaches. Clean sheets in a row. Should have complained sooner. Always moving up the list. I'm going to have to get an awful lot more clean sheets. I don't think he's going to catch those top 2 guys. Whoa, I'm only 3 points behind PSG. They lose. They did. It's to Neems. Good job, Neems. I only use my own name like once. That's because I don't want the Hall of Fame to be filled with like all the same names on here. See the same exact name again because I do multiple saves in a season. Good. Good. But preseason really isn't much of a measuring stick, is it? Because you can go have an undefeated preseason and then just absolutely suck as soon as the regular season starts. That's why they really need to add a training screen to this where you can put in a tactic and then look at what it does in game. Yeah, friendlies just don't play out the way regular games do. Weird how that is. Yeah, okay. Teddy Roosevelt and his right on. He's making custom faces for fun, hey? Those must be very interesting. I'm trying to picture the Teddy Roosevelt one. Uh, do you do your own training? Loads good. Good. This is going all right. Oh, too much work? It's really not. It's really not. Yeah, but if you want to get things going the way you want them to, well worth investing the time. It's only a couple of minutes, not even. Takes very little time to do your training. Yeah, want to do it. And once I'm done tonight, I'll have the VOD there. You can watch it. You can learn exactly how to do all the training in a few easy steps. Your players will do what you want them to. Your tactics will always work better. How have I taken a Red Star team into League One? I'm sitting in what, second or third place in my first season and playing in the Euro Cup. That one was a bit more of a surprise, though. Although now I'm not going to win the French Cup this time because I went out first round. But shit happens while you're making other plans when it comes to cups. That's good. Seriously, way to go, bud. Nice. We need more goals like that. Oh, wow. I guess he heard me when I said that. We need more goals like that. He's like, okay, let's do it again. Damn. That's fantastic. DFB Pokal. It's not a team I know. German Cup. Gotcha. I need to create a football manager text channel in my Discord now because Getting more and more football manager people in there. Oh, why did you? Oh, right, because he's going for a hat trick. I should have stopped that. I shouldn't have let them put him in to try to score a penalty. That's crappy. Shit. Paying enough attention because I was making a text channel for Football Manager in the Discord. Because you guys need one. Empty stay. He's only got 5 goals. That blows my mind. Seems like he should have more. That's okay. He contributes in other ways. Can't measure a striker only by his goals scored. Got to be by the space and time he creates for other people as well. That's why I think Roberto Firmino is one of the most underrated strikers in football. Fight me on that if you like. Muriel? Oh, wow. That's a bold statement. Not good measured in what way is the real question. Because he is actually quite good. If you're measuring it by goals, I suppose, but that's not how you measure a striker's success. It's the space they create for other people. Salah and Mane and all those guys would not score nearly as many goals if he didn't create as much space as he does for them. Because the thing is, defenders have to track him. He sits back, basically like an attacking midfielder sometimes, and creates more space for those guys. Because if you don't cover him, he does score. He goes on lots of goal scoring streaks because teams decide to not cover him because they make the same mistake as you. They think, well, he's just not good because he hasn't been scoring. So they don't cover him. And then he starts scoring. But then they're like, okay, well, we can't not cover him. So they cover him and he creates space for other players. If you ever watch Liverpool games, Firmino is horribly underrated. He does more without scoring than most players. Oh, sure he can. The thing is that he needs space to convert. As I was saying, if they don't cover him, he doesn't have any trouble scoring. Firmino, he has time and space. If they don't cover him, he scores. If they do cover him, other people score. It's one of those things about that team that makes them tough to beat. Attempt to sell them in that. I don't think he's like anyone. That's the thing. Find a lot of other players play in that same style, like super deep false nine, drawing defenders away kind of role. See a lot of it. I mean, I'm sure that there are others. See, that's just it. You're measuring it by assists and goals. That's the wrong approach for him. If you're going to measure him by that, I guess he's not very good. But there's a reason people around him score as much as they do. In games that he doesn't play, the team scores far fewer goals. I don't. I haven't seen it. I have not seen it. I mean, you'd struggle to find teams that score more goals than Liverpool as a group anyway. So it's very arguable. I mean, their assists come from primarily their wing backs, right? Sin and Alexander Arnold. The most assists out of any wingback duo in the past 3 seasons. Well, they're still trying to create space for Salah. Definitely, it's one of the tactics is to make sure he has the space to work with. So they are trying other avenues, but I think it's horribly underrated. I still think. I don't think he's being phased out of the squad so much as just being they're rotating a little bit more. If anything, Mane is being phased out of the squad. He has not been playing nearly as much. They've been putting Diogo in there. I'm sorry, Manchester United stopped them seasons in a row. Have you been watching football? Manchester United hasn't been stopping them. What is the record of the last 4 seasons between those teams? Yeah, but what trio has scored more than Firmino, Mane, and Salah in the past 4 years? Has more assists than Robertson and Alexander Arnold in the past 3 to 4 years? Um, and Mane is being phased out. Anybody? Jota's been playing in Mane's spot. Wow. Okay, so you're a Man U fan because you think that's a very evident thing now. Now this is starting to make a little bit more sense. Switch to one. Oops. Needed to adjust that other week. They were they? I don't recall that being the case. So you remember something that potentially either didn't happen or happened once. I don't think there's anything consistent about it. United hasn't beat Liverpool very often in the past 4 years at all. It's got a loan, but they don't want to pay. Fuck all. It's me. I'm going alone. Good reason to tell. Unavailable. Jesus, 3 points behind PSG. And I play them right away. If I beat them, I could be in first. No, wait, I can't because they'd be had to be in goal differential. Still, that would be amazing. Right. Absolutely. Injuries to any key players on a team pretty much disable the team. They're no exception to that rule. It's true of a lot of teams. It's not too many teams who can recover from that many injuries to key players. Teams are starting to figure them out, are they? Well, we'll see this season, I guess. See if that's true. The thing about football is when tactics come in that are successful, eventually somebody figures out a way to counter it. So adaptation is part of the process. And transfers aren't always that answer. Buying and selling players changes the complexity of the team a little bit, complexion of the team, but it's not always going to change everything the way that you might want it to. So I don't know. Figuring them out is an interesting way to state that. Right, but they have a healthy team now. Everybody's healthy. There's no way, at least there shouldn't be a way, that they can have nearly as many frightening injuries as they did last season. So, barring anything catastrophic like that, they should be just fine this season. And say teams have figured them out is an interesting statement. I mean, sure, to an extent, they may have learned what their style is and their progression, but it's still up to them to try to stop it. And even then, it's a big ask. It is. If they play their system right, it's still reasonably effective. So we'll find out this season how many teams have figured them out, and if key injuries are going to derail them. But key injuries derail every club. There's tons of teams who have had their entire seasons derailed over key injuries. So I'm not sure why you think this is exclusive to them for some reason. Like you say, they rely on 3 or 4 players. A whole lot of other players do that. Well, that was a pretty shit play, that one. Now, but what are you going to do? It's bad luck for you. And it wasn't even just Van Dyke. It's when you have 4 central defenders out and you only had 5 on the team to start with. it's a pretty big deal. Plus, other random injuries and various injuries throughout the team. And it's funny how you say 3 or 4 players, and I'm thinking back, going, man, they were missing as many as 7 of their starting 11 at one point. So I don't know if it was really coming down to 3 or 4 players. I mean, definitely 3 or 4 long-term injuries. Definitely that. But to have the usual starting 11 healthy all at one time happened very, very rarely this season. It's never. It's funny though. You just reminded me when you said they're figuring them out. It reminded me how the people that post about this game on our forums, they say, like the AI figures out your tactics. It's like, no, it doesn't. It's not that sophisticated. It's not even a good keeper with an English shirt on him. But England does not have a lot of good goalkeeping options. Would they take instead, really? He's the best of a pretty poor lot of players to choose from. Oh, nice. Saint Maximin. Nice goal. But you're talking about in real life? Talking about football manager. I laugh so hard at the people who post that. The AI will learn your tactic. Yep, that's right, and it's inevitable. Every genius tactic that's ever come around has eventually been, as you say, figured out and countered. It just reminded me of say that in FM, the AI learns your tactic. Just remind. Nice. Given early praise for this. This is going well. Both what? In both. You think that the AI learns your tactic in Football Manager? It doesn't. AI is not that sophisticated. I can tell you what happens when you suddenly go on losing streak. It's not. The AI does not learn your tactic in Football Manager. Sorry to deflate that one on. A lot of people like to say it, but it's not true. Want me to explain what happens if you start to go on losing streaks around Christmas time? I can tell you what happens. The AI does not learn your tactic. Nothing that sophisticated in the AI yet. Only just started working on manage AI managers having preferred formations and tactics, so they're not learning yours yet. They don't counter your tactic. They're their own, regardless of what you play. But around Christmas time is usually when it happens, though it can be at different times, depending on results of different games. The AI plays against your team's reputation. So if your team has a lower reputation, they attack more, they come at you more, which is why you could be a lower reputation team, such as what I'm doing right now here in France. Yeah, I know, and I'm going to explain to you why. Well, like I'm doing here in France, you can be a lower reputation team. Teams will come at you, so you can you can attack them, score more goals, and end up beating some teams that you shouldn't because your reputation hasn't climbed yet. As soon as your reputation climbs, other teams adjust to your reputation, not your tactic. So what they'll start doing is once your reputation goes up because you've been winning, they start to sit back more and choke off your options. Like they'll play their more defensive tactics or even their more conservative tactics against you, and then that's when the skill of the players start to balance it out a little bit more, and so you don't have the same results that you did. So some tactical adjustments are needed there sometimes, although not always. In my case, I have a tactic that I never change. I never adjust it. It's always the same because the training I do will make it successful all of the time. Because unfortunately, Football Manager has limitations that real life does not. And I make it so that they have to adjust to me in the game because they won't adjust to me outside of the game. They can't. They can only adjust to my team's reputation. Or you can learn. Oh, sure. I love learning new things about the game. Just this particular thing is something that I know. Well, I mean, I know a lot about this game. That's why I'm sitting here doing this. Spent enough years testing it and researching for it, and it just a lot of inside knowledge starts to come out. Will tell me these things, and learning how the AI works in this game is it's not as advanced as some people think it is. It's unfortunate that it isn't. I wish it was. I wish managers would play against your tactic. They don't play against your team's reputation. So now you know. Christmas time is right around when team reputations get adjusted. One of the times. And if your team reputation goes up, I mean, go ahead and if you have an in-game editor, pay attention to that. You can look at your team's reputation prior to December. As December rolls along, you'll notice that it will go up, and suddenly other teams will have different approaches to you. Right now, I'm still relying on my low reputation team having them come out attacking at me, and almost every team does. So they're creating all kinds of space for me. If these teams started to sit back more and strangle off my team, I probably wouldn't win nearly as many games. No, we are nowhere near making that advancement. Unfortunately, we're not. It's AI is not getting better. Again, and I've mentioned it before, Miles does not progress much. He's a sit on his hands kind of guy. He does what he wants. But as far as making AI improvements, it's too much of a catastrophic change to do from one season to another. So even if they started to slowly implement those things, it would still take years, many, many years. So they haven't even started, and nor are we going to. Let's face it. The AI in this game is almost at the top of what it's going to be. I don't know what they're going to do in another 3 or 4 years when other games start to surpass this. Like even like the franchise mode on EA's Sports FIFA is going to start to look better than this in 4 or 5 years if they keep going the way they're going, which is sad to say. There's no true competitor. There's nothing to make the game push forward. Oh, sure, AI tech in general is absolutely improving. You're right about that. Unfortunately, to change a game engine is a major undertaking. This game engine has been puttering along in almost the same fashion for quite some time. It's almost at the limit of its capabilities, and to make a new game engine right now would mean taking more than 1 year off from the game. Well, they did. They had FIFA Manager, and it was actually really, really good. You could still play it now with current rosters if you wanted to. FIFA Manager was actually a very top quality management game. If it had come along as far as now in parallel to Football Manager, it would have exceeded it, past it a long time ago. I would say right now you could get FIFA Manager 14, and you can get download packs that people have made for all the current rosters and season and everything, and you can play that even now. And I would say that even now it's a fairly comparable game to Football Manager. They're one of the biggest damn game of the. Did I think cups here? Depends on who I play over here. Actually, you are correct. That's exactly what happened. They also gave up on FIFA Manager because they didn't want to deal with having to sort out the bugs. They had the same approach as they did with The Sims, which is comically horrible. They put out a very broken game, not The Sims. We're talking about FIFA Manager here, because it has a lot of bugs. And then people weren't buying it because they expected them to fix it and update it and change it. And FIFA Manager, they said, "Well, if you're not going to buy our game, we're not going to make it anymore." It's like, well, if you're not going to fix it, we're not going to buy it. So they ended up in this stalemate, and EA just gave up on the game. They did the same thing with The Sims. When Sims 4 first came out, they threatened much the same thing because it was a shit game. I mean, it's still not even as good as The Sims 3. But when The Sims 4 came out, it was really broken, really hollow, didn't have much in it. They're going to really sell the DLCs because everything to be purchasable rather than in the base game. So a lot of people didn't buy it. So they said, "Well, look, if you're not going to buy our game, we're not going to make it." Seriously, guys, this is not how this works. So yeah, they ended up relenting and continuing going on with it. LMA manager? Oh God, I don't know what happened to it. I didn't know the people who made that, but you're right. That was a pretty fine game for a while. A good competition. Forgotten about LMA manager. Good shout. But you can play FIFA manager right now if you want to. FIFA manager 14. Download all the current roster packs and everything else. Issues here because people are after Larucci. Teams. Cyberpunk? Yeah, I didn't try that one. I don't know. Play action games. That's not really. She really? the left back. Well, I want you to go anywhere. So let's talk scratch. Oh, that. Well, okay. I'm gonna have to tell you a pay raise later. Oh yeah, I won't. I'll let you go there. Okay. I hate that when they do this. Realistically, we're not going to qualify as a champ. He's like, are you serious, dude? Have you looked at the table? Of course we're going to. Pay raise. Got it, bud. Pay him a bunch. Don't you just hate it when that happens? Offer contract, important players. Big pay raise is coming. That shit ain't that shit ain't happening. That per week. Fuck, I'm gonna assist landmark extension. This is you be dick. Okay. Total club manager. I was trying to think of the name. Yeah, I think that was it. Yep. Cool. Coming after some of my players. I shouldn't be surprised. Like I said, I've been vastly underpaying my guys to be performing as much as we are. Don't want to sell the Rucci, not even for that much. I don't know. Could be just another case of a game engine reaching its limit and people that aren't capable of making a new one. If you don't have the wherewithal to make a better game engine, then the one that you're using can just reach its maximum and not be good enough, I suppose. That would be a guess that I would make, is that they just hit the game could do. It's one guess. It's more often than not why game series end. Lack of interest, lack of time. They made enough money off it. They didn't make enough money off it. It's so many possibilities of what could be the reason why that just stopped. Okay, let's go and look at my shortlist. So, who do I try to for you? Back here, and he's coming. Oh, I've already got a left back coming. That's why I didn't buy one. Oh, you know what? If you run it in compatibility mode, you could run almost anything. That's why I didn't. I'll just have to wait. See the schedule for my fixtures. So I can't tell them what frequency to arrange friendly matches at for my second team. That is lame. Fortunately, I still need good enough to play for us, but I need him because I don't have any other options. It's all right, Galen. Fine, that's good. Coming. I need is a central defender then. All right. I have Sima. Then yeah, I don't have anybody that isn't this guy coming up. So I can just play him. Another central defender. Respect. Shortlisted. That was a good thing. Point. Let's just trigger it. Didn't give him any of the things he asked for. No to everything. And he's like, yay. Dang. Let's give him half to work. Good morning, Mr. Pardell. How are you doing? That's right. Non-disclosure agreements are pretty standard. So yeah, I can't tell you anything about FM22. The safe. Well, this is a pretty straightforward one. I decided to do my um, national hero challenge, where you take a team bottom playable league to top. I decided to choose France because my partner is from France, and she picked my team for me. Her home team club was Red Star, so she picked Red Star. So I'm being them. My objective was to first achieve the National Hero Challenge by getting to League One. I've done that. Now my goal is to dethrone PSG from the top and win a Champions League. Working on that. And in addition to that, Pixelated Suits, who likes to be in here, one day he just commented that my favorite team must be North Macedonia. When I asked him why, he said because they have nice jerseys. This was a bit of a funny joke. So I looked at their jerseys and hey, they are really nice. So I've added the extra challenge of managing North Macedonia in addition to a club team to this. And my goal for them is to get them into the World Cup. We'll see how all of this goes. So far, it's been going rather well. I'm in 2022, and great. Uh, they're asking me there. Intention. Yeah. First rule of NDA clubs. You're right. Um, the ironic part about that is you're not even supposed to mention you have an NDA or that you're even participating in the testing of any game. As far as you know, this game doesn't even exist. Let's face it, anybody who knows me well enough knows that it's happening. That's all I can say is that it's happening. Yay, it exists. I'm not going to say more than that because I like being a tester. I don't want to not be one. PSG will affect plan activity. No, 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 we'll be fine. After one player anyway. Not going anywhere. First rule of NDA club. Oh yeah, well, it's where you used to be. Oh, trying to think. There's a few teams that fit that bill. Non-pro back to Champions League where we used to be. Ah, okay, right on. How's that going? Far into that? Yep, Portugal. That's right. How far in are you? How's it going? And quick. Jesus. Right. Okay. I mean, of course they have halal. Why would they have halal? Right. It only makes sense that they have halal. God damn it. Right on. That's going very well then. Well, they haven't been relegated, so it's not going poorly. I don't know. Uh, Getting promoted is a lot of fun. Moving bottom leagues to top leagues is one of my favorite things to do. Sitting in second here. I mean, my first season in League One, and I'm sitting in second. Kind of like that. I think what really, really helped me and boosted this bid a lot was coming from League Two, winning the French Cup. So I was in the Euro Cup in my first season in League One, and that was a big reputation boost. And subsequently, my ownership gave me a lot more money than I would have had if that didn't happen. And because more money, more reputation, you can sign better players. And so my bid to not only survive but thrive has been boosted significantly. Okay, 0-0 with PSG at the half, and I would argue that we're outplaying them by a bunch. So I have to figure out a way to get something out of the second half of this. Tell them I'm not happy with their performance. Yeah, I'll do that. It's the one time my assistant manager actually picked what I would pick. Not happy with you guys, even though I kind of really am. You're up playing PSG for fuck's sake. I'm really happy that I'm just not going to tell you that. Try to encourage them, see how they react. Everybody's good but Kumateo, who got nervous, but he doesn't know what encouragement is. If encouragement makes you nervous, you might not know what encouragement is. Encourage them again. Encourage the team. How are they doing now? See, that's better. Okay, so you have to come off, Ribeiro. Tired. Carded. Saint Maximin. Should I? This is not swapped off. Swapped off. Come on, guys. Find a goal. Find a single goal. Albus. Yes. Okay. Straight to time wasting. I have to make hard decisions. Change just for the sake of it. The president has no money but wants to build a new stadium? Wow, sounds like not a very thoughtful president. I mean, good for his ambitions, I guess. Praise. Got to enjoy having an ambitious president. Oh, of course, they just instantly tied it back up. My opinion on Chelsea side of Lukaku, it's funny how you say for so much. It's like, that's he's worth a lot. He's a very valuable player. I don't know. They're bringing in a good striker. You want to bring in a good striker, you got to pay. He has improved quite a bit since he was there last, and it's an upgrade for them. So why not? Not like they don't have the money, right? They can clearly afford him. Yeah, I mean, I don't have it looks like an upgrade on their striker position. So how could you take anything negative away from that? The amount of money isn't terribly relevant when you're trying to build a good team. So that's my opinion on it. Will probably be better because they have him. All right. Well, I just drew with PSG, which means I didn't catch them on points. But that's okay. Because I think getting a draw with PSG right now is pretty awesome. Considering they usually just smash us in the face until we die from it. But we outplayed them, and that made me happy to see. What's going on with that transfer? I'm trying to. Oh, this guy rejected my contract. Yeah. Well, that's what you got to do, I guess. Oh, sign a new contract? Did. All right. That explains a lot from shortlist. You're a jerk. That one trophy. Well, one could hope, I suppose, if you're a Kane fan, but I don't. I don't even know if Harry Kane's going to help City win. I mean, we were just having a nice little conversation about how people eventually figure out your tactics, and City's no real exception. I mean, I know that they cakewalked the league last year, but I think they're going to have a lot of competition this year. I mean, Liverpool's not going to be injured. Chelsea has improved exponentially. Even Manchester United is a lot better. So I don't know that it's going to be that simple. Say that. Okay, this guy's got way too low determination. His DNA is insufficient for what. His club. No. Offer 1 million. Unlucky is what it is, I would think. They've had some good opportunities, haven't they? Think that it's amazing they've won nothing. It happens, right? Shit happens. got player. Though I don't get to have him right away. He looks good. Looks like a nice one who can come in next season and rotate. So Sima, it's a new contract. I think a lot of people, because I am underpaying you guys by a lot. Luckily, when I address it, they seem to be fine. Large trophy cabinet they just built into the stadium is absolutely empty. Yeah, I mean, could be like Everton's trophy cabinet that has a cuckoo clock in it. That's all, right? Uh, yep, some of those teams with empty trophy cabinets. Be sad. Everton does have a cuckoo clock in their trophy cabinet. That's not even just a joke. They legitimately do. Suggestion. Finally, um, no, the owner put it in there. It's some keepsake or novelty, or I don't even remember all the details about that one. But definitely look that up if you're curious. It's just something. Looks like Mail played his way into starting right back. Expected. Not that there's anything wrong with this Ogba. It's just time for upgrades to be a thing. Check. Sagba. Yeah, got it. That's exactly right. But that's the nature of the game. Sometimes teams, players don't always get along and things need to be shuffled. Can't just consider one friend and whether or not you're going to stay at a team, right? Got a bad relationship with the team, you can't say, but my friend plays here, so I'm going to stay. That'd be like if your house was on fire and be like, well, but my friend lives here, so I'm just going to live here anyway. No, man, get out. Doesn't matter if your friend's leaving or not. I mean, you can try to convince them to go with you eventually. Hopefully. Yes, I legitimately just compared Barcelona to a house that's on fire because, I mean, oh, well, I mean, hopefully you don't get destroyed too badly there. You know how it goes. Dana Fuente doing his best. Oh, be more optimistic than that. It's Football Manager. There's a much higher chance than that. I say things like that a lot, though. Like, I don't have a hope in hell of winning the French Cup, and then I win it. Things like that. But then I end up winning a lot of weird things in this game. When if you know that, though, right? I won the Carabao Cup with Accrington Stanley. I had him in the championship. That was pretty comical. And made it to the knockout stage of the cup the next season. Got knocked out in the first round, but it was cool to get there. If you're conceding goals from 50 yards out, then you should be shutting them down harder. You shouldn't be getting that much space to kick it. maybe, maybe it's just a player that does things like that. There's only so much you can do to stop great players. That's definitely going to be a penalty. All right, let's see. Who's my penalty taker today? Let's take it. No, not really. Depends on your players, your training, and the tactic you're using. I wouldn't say that shots are more common. You mean the AI is doing them, or I haven't encountered that. Seem to be doing they normally. Just not paying close enough attention though. I'll try to watch for that. The other team's doing it, or your team's doing it. A player consensus. Your evidence seems anecdotal. I'm sorry. Where is this player consensus? Other team. Okay. Where is this player consensus that I can? Hey man, I moderate the Football Manager forum on Facebook, and I haven't seen a single conversation about this. On Reddit, I go on there too, and I haven't seen too many conversations regarding that. I think I've heard it mentioned once or twice, but it's not a consensus. Not sure. I think I would take it as a compliment if the other team is taking a lot of long shots on you. It means you're stopping them from getting close shots. Both to rant and show off. Okay. Not every player, but a lot of them. Yes. Again, this is where like I say, your evidence is slightly anecdotal. It's subject to the things that you encounter and necessarily wider spectrum of opinion. So it's okay. It's fine. But I've seen very little in the way of evidence that there's a lot of long shots in the game. It could just be a tactical thing on your side, or the league that you're playing in. But I haven't. I personally, and then here's my anecdotal side of it. I haven't encountered it much. So why am I not encountering it if everyone is? What I mean? For well, for you again, for you. So it doesn't mean that it's okay. I know it starts to seem like the game has an issue, but it could be something that you're consistently doing yourself tactically, that's making that happen. I mean, you're watching my games here. You see them. Do you see a lot of long shots happening? I don't. But again, maybe I'm not paying close enough attention. And what's long? That's another thing. I wonder from where you mean. Just outside the box, or midway between the box and the center line, because I definitely like to look out for it if it's happening. Anything beyond 20 yards. Yeah, no, that's a fair assumption. I haven't seen too much of that. I'll mark it down for the testing team. I'll put it in there just to see if they feel like it's happening or not, because they've got their own way of going about that testing if to see if it's happening more than so. I'll mention it. See if anybody else is encountering testing. Harmon looking. Because yeah, there's just shy of 1,000 beta testers, and I haven't seen a single person mention it. And I would expect that they would if it was an issue. If it's in this year's game, of course, it will be next year's game. So stop that from happening if it is. It's not bad. You only have the one complaint. We're lucky. I have many more complaints. I have a lot of complaints on this game. That's probably why they let me do the complaining. I get access to complaining at them all the time. I have tons of complaints. That's all right. I'll make them. See what changes. My guess is not a lot. That's one of my complaints is that you can find a bug in this game and report it for 4 years in a row and they don't change it. Like, okay, good thing I was there to tell you it was in it. Yeah, uh, definitely counterattacking tactics may well invite some more long shots. I don't know. I'd have to see more of the team, the tactic, everything. It's something's making those teams want to shoot long on you. And if they're going in a lot, well, that's unfortunate. I had a tactic. I get now that I'm thinking about it. I was playing my Stevenage game, with Jacob, and I had a tactic that the other team couldn't break through, so they were shooting quite a bit from distance. But that's because of how I lined them up. If they can't get through, they shoot from distance. If they don't have space, then they rifle the ball. And unfortunately, I had a pretty trash goalkeeper that was letting in a lot of screamers. And that was unfortunate for me. So I suppose in that instance, I encountered a lot of long shots, but I knew why it was happening. As soon as I went with a four at the back and started attacking more, it didn't happen nearly as frequently. Selling the players bug? Oh, right. Yeah, that's a drop-down menu issue. That's entirely the UI team. The people who do the user interface, like all the skinning and everything like that. That's on them, fortunately. So nothing to do with nothing I can do about it. I've seen it talked about. I've heard it mentioned, but just don't use it. I mean, it seems pretty simple to me. It's not a game-breaking bug by any stretch of the imagination. Just use it. Nobody making you do it. Right? I can't imagine it's just a rumor. No, no, it's definitely still there, and it may still be there going forward. I don't know yet. I don't interact with the skin team. That's a different section of people that I talk to. I can report things in their forum if there's any issues, and I know that that one's already there. But whether or not they do anything about it is going to be up to them. Because the fact is, you can just not use it. They try to focus, rightfully, on game breaking bugs. That one's not game breaking, arguably, because You don't have to implement it. Just not use it. Oh no, I know it is, and it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's still there. Don't expect it to be changed if it's not a high priority. It's the same thing as saying like the in-game editor is a bug. It's like use it. Yeah, it's a user choice bug. There it is. That's a great way to put it. Yep, it's a drop-down menu glitch. You were a game breaker for a while? Yeah, I've been a game breaker since 1992. The first game I ever tested was the original Doom on PC, so that was pretty fun. Test tons of games, lots and lots of games. Football Manager for 17 years. It's been probably my favorite one to break because it's real easy to do some seasons. Yeah, testing is a lot of fun. Breaking games is a good time. People think it's fun to be, oh, I get to play the game early. It's like, it's not as fun as you think it is because every version they put out is not compatible with your save game. So you get to play a save for like 2 days. They put out another version. You got to start all over again. Play it for like a day. They put out another version. You start all over again. Yeah, well, that's cool. I was born in 1978. I turn 43 next month. I look great for my age, don't I? It's most people think I'm like 30. That's fine. I feel 30 most days. I remember being 25 yesterday. It's so vivid in my. I don't even know where the hell time went. You'll get there too. It's like Grandpa Simpson said in The Simpsons. I used to be with it. They changed what it was. Now, with what I'm with isn't it, and what's it is strange and scary to me. Happen to you too. Late 30s? Okay. Well, I'm not. I'm in my early 40s, early to mid 40s. So, Jesus, if I was in my late 30s and I started testing in 92, I'd still be like, kid. I was a teenager. Started testing. Pretty great. It was exciting. I remember my friend said, hey, we could sign up to this testing thing. Let's sign up together. And then we did, and there was four of us, and we all got it, and we got to play together. So marvelous because you're like, we're playing this game that isn't even out yet. It's so revolutionary because we can shoot each other. Doom was amazing for its time. The original one, there was nothing like it. In terms of FPS games, it was a groundbreaker. I have made two substitutions prior to halftime because I don't like seeing from all the games that I test on a regular basis. This one is still my favorite because I know that I said that they don't always fix everything that you say, but they do fix a lot of things. To be fair, they are tremendous at fixing things that are going wrong with it. Because let's face it, there's a lot of bugs in this game, and there is every year, and everyone knows that. But you should see the state of the damn thing prior to it being fixed. So there's that. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, playing a classic game, you think, man, I really remember Dungeon Keeper 2. God, I love Dungeon Keeper 2. That was one of my all-time favorite games. And in my imagination, I replay it a little bit, and then I just get this urge to play it, and I'll go and grab it and I'll install it and I'll put it on Windows compatibility mode so it'll start. And I look at it, I'm like, this game's garbage now. It's stupid. Like the gameplay's still okay, but it looks like trash and it's so clunky and it plays slow and it's just man. NASCAR Rumble on PS1. I never played that one. I got my first PlayStation by winning it from McDonald's. McDonald's Monopoly. I won a PlayStation when they were new. That was pretty cool. Brother and I ate at McDonald's every day for like a month trying to win on McDonald's Monopoly. We won a PlayStation, so we were super stoked. There is the goal I've been looking for. These aren't the goals you're looking for, but they are. So there we go. Something going in our favor. Now I can praise them. Wouldn't it have been cheaper to just buy one? Well, you have to understand that we weren't specifically trying to win the PlayStation, but absolutely any reward whatsoever. We were kind of hoping to win the $1 million. I mean, because at that point they still had the $1 million grand prize. But yeah, no, I mean, if we knew that it was all about just getting a PlayStation, it might have comparably been cheaper. Though McDonald's is pretty damn cheap, and you have to eat anyway. So I might argue that we broke even in a larger sense, right? Gonna spend money on food. Food is pretty cheap, especially then. PlayStation, not so much. What was the PlayStation one when it first came out? $430. Back then, that was a lot of money comparatively to now. So yeah, 13 unbeaten. My draw to PSG wasn't a clean sheet, so I'm starting to get more clean sheets. That's at least a good end of this. 1 point behind PSG. L slowed them down. Oh, OL. Today got a draw with them. Would it be amazing if I won League One on my first attempt? I would argue that's a little too easy. I didn't think France was this simple. PSG is supposed to be like insurmountable. This is going to take me 2 or 3 or maybe 4 seasons at least, but so far, keeping up with them. Good tactic, good training. So I know that I don't have the same caliber of talent as they do, or anywhere near. 14th home. This is where I have to rotate. This is where we could lose points because I have to play my team. I also thought that AS Monaco was like a team than this. I thought they were still one of the comparatively good teams in the league. Guess not. Great documentary. It's called Super Size Me. I think that documentary exists. Shit. You remember that one? You've heard of Super Size Me, I'm sure. It's a documentary all about a guy eating McDonald's every day for a long period of time, doing the minimum amount of exercise and trying to monitor the health effects on it. That movie really hurt McDonald's bottom line. I'll tell you, their sales haven't ever recovered from that particular show. It's funny. That's great stuff. Thank you for that one. It's a documentary. Me and my brother smoking weed, eating McDonald's, trying to win at McDonald's Monopoly. I don't think it would have been as exciting, honestly. Trying to picture people watching that and being entertained by it. I don't know. Zero shots allowed on target. See, that's great. That's what you need. To that. But do you know why it worked that way? Do you know what training that your AI did to make that happen? Don't worry. Soon enough, I'll cash out of the save and then you can see the VOD, the beginning almost hour of this one explains manual training. And if you have questions, definitely follow up with me. I can explain them in the next one. Well, okay. I mean, that's what you saw them doing. But yeah, okay. It doesn't matter. Good job. Zero shots against is awesome. It's one of my favorite things, definitely. It's a good way to keep clean sheets. What doc? Well, the documentary was dumb? Well, kind of. But the thing is he was trying to prove a point because people just didn't seem to believe that McDonald's was unhealthy. They're like, oh, it's not that bad. It's like, okay, I'm going to show you how bad it is. So, was it dumb or was it just kind of funny? I think it was just sort of comical. That's how I saw it anyway. I mean, oh, here's a good one. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's not really a documentary, it's more of a movie, but it's really hilarious. It's called Thank You for Smoking. Check that one out. That'll make you laugh. That one is a truly comical show. If you've never seen it, I highly recommend you watch it. Even now, it's very comical. Enjoy your lunch. I really hope the name keeps playing. Damn. Very pleased. Care what the AI guy wants to say to you? I'm telling you how I feel. I'm very pleased with you. To early time wasting. Let's see. Off. Okay. Check. Like how my younger players are still reasonably competitive. Anytime I put guys in that were at that 1.5 star level, even if stars comparative to my team, but if I did this in England, they would usually just destroyed and scored on. But France, I guess the level of the teams isn't quite as high. Oh, I hit the wrong feedback. I hit demand more. I don't want to demand more. I'm so sorry. Oh God, I demanded more from my team when they're playing exceptionally well. They almost got scored on. Okay, there. And now I've praised them again. Probably going to be confused at this point. That's a bad misclick. Maybe they should put the. Are you sure you want to say this? No, they're not going to do that. Though we did the game too much. Oh, Jaeger, what are you doing? You stopped the ball. You just had to tap it in. What you got to do? See how they took the feed. Okay, they were delighted. I was kind of thinking they might be confused by praise, demand more praise. I'd be confused, honestly, if I was them. Galbraith, awesome. So happy to see him scoring. Definitely going to sign him permanently, I think. Looks like he might keep her. I'm sure that the Manchester United fans are happy to hear me say that. Very pleased, absolutely. Well, I'm temporarily in first place. Let's just marvel at this for a moment, shall we? Oh, wow. We are sitting on the top of the French pyramid in our first attempt at this. I mean, yes, PSG has a game in hand, and yes, they will probably win it and knock us down, but now it's great. Proved ill for Gross. That was coming. And it was just this greedy, greedy agent. Greedy, greedy, greasy agent. To remove from short. Well, that's fair. See, because I don't have 68 million to throw at him. Probably not pick him right now. And as much as I would have loved to have bought Andrew Robertson, it's not realistic. They have, it's funny, they have a son on their. And Martins, who was listed 17. He's 31. Shaqiri. Why would they bring in Maras when you have Shaqiri? Like, they're very similar players. That one, that one kind of baffles me. They got Kane. They sold Son. That's very unlikely. On we go. Put my starting squad back. Match loads. Great. That's perfect. This means that our rotation policies are paying off. Seventh. This is a team that just took a draw off PSG, so I'm going to have to be somewhat careful here. Totoro. Bring you out. I have enough central midfielders for that. Euro Cup. Here we go. I got Rangers. Okay. Let's take a look around at the other teams. Borussia Dortmund's in this one. United, obviously. So just Roma's in this. Sig. Okay. There's some decent teams. Some I believe to be slightly easier teams. Find out. You just never know who's going to knock you out at any. They want me to sign Div. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the entire list. I am not looking at. Try to focus on giving pay raises after this season. Keep the team together. I try to skip through this season without getting pay raise. But at this point, I'm in February, so I can just tell them wait till the end of the season, and they'll be happy with it. So I've gotten past the more difficult period of rejecting contract raises at the moment. just because get him playing more so he can be groomed towards being the backup and or starter. Although I have another striker coming next season. I guess I'm going to have a lot more options at striker soon. Which not always the greatest thing when you've only got one role to offer. Have to develop some of their winger traits so I can push them over to one side or the other when they can't play up top. Pick this franchise up because it's on the console. So you're not even playing Football Manager. You're playing Football Manager Touch, playing a very scaled down version of it. Unfortunately, it's not it's not the PC version. It's still a great game. Don't get me wrong. It focuses more on flow and transfers and tactics than a lot of the fluff like player babysitting and crap. So yeah, I know if you're playing it on the console, I can tell you all about it. What do you want to know? Confused by the feedback. I praised him. He's confused. What is this praise? The hell is that all about, right? Putting, I was just thinking, I put an 8 in. That guy went right past him, almost tied up the game. I wish I could wait until I have a bigger lead to do some of that stuff, but I can't. There's players you can't scout. That seems weird. Wow, PSG absolutely demolished Reims. Not a surprise, but so they're definitely keeping pace still. Players that you cannot scout or transfer. Do they have a little thing beside them that says TRN, like already being transferred? I'll show you what I here. Box that says TRN in it. They have those. Right. Vito is the striker. Go. Okay. Yep. Pull that up. See what you can see. I will attempt to help you with this. Weakness trading. Swords and waiting. Weak. They really won't. She is awake. Well, I know he's very good there. It's just not going. Fine. I was going to be onto the bench, but Sorensen's been playing better, so. Uh, and his name is grayed out, right? Those are ghost players. It means that that team didn't have enough players on it, so they had to give it some fake ghost players to fill out their roster. Yep, those are ghost players. So you're looking at a team that didn't have enough players on it. Yeah. So we need to get a nil to half. Come on. The hell's going? Goes decent, but praise them. Of course they're gonna be. Yeah, yes, you do. Well, looks like we might drop some points at home to AS Monaco. It's because I criticized them, right? Because I'm like, I thought these guys were good. So, we'll show you. Ah, shit. This was not the time I thought I was going to be dropping points. Damn it. I'm going to get mad. I'm going to. Holy shit. After the run we've been on and the way we've been playing, that is not one of the games I thought we were going to lose points on. Oh, that sucks. That sucks hard. I've been put in our place. Yep. Back down to second. 3 points behind. Oh man. Oh, just can't even fathom these things sometimes. Is there anything else you needed help with on that one? I mean, I'm sure you want to know more about the game than that. Sign them. You shouldn't be able to sign your players away directly. I don't remember that. Give them contracts though. I thought they started with contracts. As soon as you get a youth intake, you have a specific period of time to give them contracts. Telling me that the minute they came to your team, people were trying to sign them away? Because that doesn't seem right. Within weeks. Yeah. Try to sign them right. What team are you playing as? The premium upgrading facilities. Yeah. Okay. So that's really strange. The use of I haven't played touch much this year. To help you with that. That sounds frustrating. Something you should have to. It's going to take. Save this. I was planning on shuffling off this game soon anyway, and moving everybody on over to FM Folklore, but that's cool. What I'm going to do instead is help you out. So if you just give me see where I'm at. Perfect. All right. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to swap on over to touch. It's Football Manager Touch. This is Liverpool that I have on here. Pretty well. Looks like I'm winning the league. I haven't looked at this in a while, so. Oh yeah. This is some older tactics on here. Just testing out. Cool. So I'm reasonably close to a full myself. Simulate some games on this. Just do instant results to the youth intake, so we can look at it together. How's that sound? Sure, some people are going to show up here and be a little bit confused. Like, wait a minute, this isn't what you were playing when I left. Right? Jeez, there's still a League One team left in the quarterfinals here, and a championship team. It's pretty impressive. That's right. Youth contracts, they can be signed away off of youth contracts. Players on youth contracts, just like in real life, can be signed away by other teams. So let's quick pick. Against Manchester United. Sure hope I don't lose this game. That's a way to Man U. It's not like playing it makes a difference. No, I totally lost to them. God damn it. Fucking Man U is always so overrated. This damn thing. I can't remember. Intake is at like the end of the season, isn't it? It doesn't take long to get through stuff in this one. So, well, I'm getting there though. To a youth intake. Is there anything else you want to know while we're cruising along? Got to get those off of him if I want. No, no worries. That's not a big deal. I'll tell you what. I am. I'll send you an invite to my Discord. Pop questions on there. What do you think of them? That will help you. I'll shoot you over an invite to my Discord and on there when you think of them, and I can see them and answer them as you have them. So, let's see. You have Discord, I would assume. Discord. Most humans at this point. If you don't, tell me now so I can not post an invite link. You don't have Discord. Have you considered getting it? It is the primary source of people's communication these days. You're old. Okay. How old? I mean, I'm 43. I have it. All right. My very best to keep it simple for you. I understand. We don't all of the things all of the time. That's how I want it. Social media because of anxiety. Okay. I'm not, I mean, I don't understand. I'm sorry. I do understand anxiety. Had a whole lot of that in my life. But no, what is it that makes you anxious about having social media? Just out of curiosity, judgments here. I just want to see if I can help alleviate that worry with Discord and my channel in particular. But yeah, don't worry. Discord is still very anonymous. See, and familiarity is a big thing. But you know what? One step at a time, right? Baby steps, if you will. So I guess what I would suggest, and I can help you through it, is just download Discord. I can send you a very easy thing to just click and give you absolutely understood, and I'll help you make it comfortable. So download Discord. I'll give you one. I'll give you a link that you just click. You'll be in my channel. I can show you exactly where you can write your questions. And I can answer them for you, and it'll be that simple, straightforward, just like that to begin with. Then, if you ever wish to hash out and explore it more, you can, but you can do it at your own pace. Just this way, um, I can answer your questions for you whenever you think, because that would be nice, right? Very least, not much. So you're coming from Judah, Center, Chelsea. Sorry, dude. Stay in. I have this up in front of me, though. If you think of something, pop the other one back onto the foreground. Time? I can go back to that at any time, though. Both running. Back to our regularly scheduled football picture. Yeah. The thing is it's now like the primary form of communication for everybody to use. Can be as large or as small as you want it to be. Literally, if you download it, I can give you a link. You would be in my channel, and it has a bunch of people in it, but you don't need to interact with them. There's just one little section for Football Manager where you can just write your questions, and I would see them, and I can answer them, and you just read the answers. Other than that, you don't have to interact much, if at all, with anybody. So the expectations are low, the pressure is quite low, and it is still very, very anonymous. Saint Maximin got injured there. So it's kind of like if you were to take a chat platform and Reddit and put them together. It's a lot like that. I was very confused by it to begin with, honestly. And I only started it about a year ago. Now, well, I'm getting a bit more comfortable with it. I understand it now. It makes sense. So it just took a little time, but now it's not so bad. I still don't understand all of it, certainly. A bunch of things about having my own channel and everything on it that it's like, I don't know what to do, but I just look it up and trial and error. But you don't need to do any of that stuff because you don't need to make your own channel or anything. Now, Conrad. Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be around a long time. It's evolving, if anything. Uh, Thing is, if you're not going to grab it now, I'm not. doing Football Manager again until next Friday because I only do this game once a week right now. And the other games I play aren't as interactive. You know what I mean? Like I play FPS games and stuff like that. So if people come and chat with me, it's a lot harder for me to answer them and talk to them. I mean, I could try. Absolutely, I would reply to you if you needed me to. So if you wanted to have your questions answered, and it's again, there's no pressure to do so, I would recommend getting it now. But if not, then if you can wait, it's all cool. I can answer your questions whenever you like. There's no big hurry. 3-1. This is a good lead. It's a good time to have a lead. What country are you from? Not that it matters. I'm just curious. Okay, that's a good one. Man, it's funny. I have a little bit of a Football Manager touch in the middle of this stream tonight. That's going to be interesting if anybody watches that to be like, what the hell is going on? Oh, UK. Okay. What's your local club? Right. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. That's right on stuff. That's all good. So let me know if you want to grab it right now, and I can invite you in there and just show you where to post stuff, or if you want to hold off and wait for another day. Either way is good with me. I just wouldn't want you to have to wait a whole week if you have questions to ask, because I'll definitely make the time to help you and figure it all out. Away to 10th, then home to 20th, with a game in between home to 9th. So this is a starter's game. Let's see how my starters are doing. Which-wise heavy. Not good. Not playing Football Manager, you're welcome to stop in and let me know when you've got it, and I can still post you an invite link and show you where to post your questions. Let me know anytime I'm on. Always on between either 8 or 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time until, well, anytime between 3 and 4 a.m. Standard Time, which is it's 3 a.m. now, to give you gist of the difference in time. I appreciate the follow, mate. Thank you. So I have this team figured on the bench. This way. Yeah, there we go. That makes a lot more sense to me. I don't need him starting just yet. A little too soon for him to start, I think. Okay, let's hope for the best here. All I can do. Kick off, skip. I'm gonna grab a fresh drink while this plays. All right. How are we doing? Oh, we're drawing. This is not good. This is not what I wanted to come back to at all. I wanted to come back to a lead. Okay, well, we're playing okay. Playing not bad too, though. Damn. You need to. I'm not happy with that. A lot better than that. We're gonna start losing ground on first if we don't. Smart enough. Try and encourage them. Does that work? Just stop conceding. I think that's the difference. Come on, grab a goal, guys. Grab. Have to do. Okay, well, for the most part, that was what. Come on, grab a goal. Oh, this is our end. Oh, I just realized that was our end. They almost scored on us. That would have been really bad to lose this game. All right, another shit draw. This is what happens. This is the thing I was talking about when your players start to get too tired. And I have too many guys on high match loads. So, fortunately, I can't just keep trying to push them. So, I can't just play backups against teams that are higher up the table. It's one of those double edged swords. Definitely lost a lot of ground. However, we're still firmly in second. So, there's that. Is concerned. So let's try to see. Those match loads are all heavy. Starting 10 other than my all on heavy match loads. So you start to play like crap when that happens. That's when you can expect things like bad draws or even losses to start accumulating. What was that? Did you see that? It was just all blue, just all general training forever. It was, that was really bad. It's awful. Nobody wants to look at a wall of that. Oh, the AI and their training. Comical. This is a hard time to try to consider playing backup players. Like, it's a home game, but it's against ninth place. Play them again later. Ah, that's pretty funny. Okay, so they're not that. Basically the same as the team that I just played, or less. So I don't know that if that's a team that I want to go and play a bunch of backup players against, because they would probably be. Ah, this is just too much to decide all at once. I don't feel like I can play backup players for this game. Let's make a few changes. Oh gosh, you're really sharpness. It's my these guys aren't playing any games. What's up with Just go for it. Just go for it. Backups in the next game. I won't drop points here. I do have a comfortable lead in second here, so points is the end of the world. It's just not something you ever want to do. Go out there and do your thing, guys. Nice, Mason. Nice. Give it back. We pass it to, and we've conceded. Oh God. Not sure what I'm supposed to do. This is always tough when you rotate your squad, but you got too many tough games in a row. This is where hard decisions are made, and this is where points are lost. And shot on goal, and they've scored on it. Of course they have. It wasn't even a decent chance. This is where people call it being FM'd. It's true. But most of the time, it's because you're playing with a tired team. And there's another one. Yeah, Gilmore set it up. I was hoping he was about to set up the tying goal and make it smart. Fresh midfield. Let's hope this doesn't. Come on, Gilmore. Oh, so close to drawing this, tying it back up. It's got to be done. Got to do this. Not looking good, is it? There's a shit loss and a half for you. Look at this XG. Wow. There's a game that you just cannot imagine losing. Oh, Christ. Now we're really falling. Free fall at this point. This is not a good runner. It's going. Time to do. lost at home to OM. So now I get to play them away after this game. To it's more so with this break in between, we should be better. Is he taking two? Wait, Cup single game elimination? I guess so. I did that. Now it's double game. Okay. Ooh, first round was single game. Okay. Glad that I managed to show up and do well in that game. Last French team. Uh okay. That's no pressure except for all the pressure. That's what that means right there. That's great. Let's hope my backup players can get me points. Keep this guy. Okay, so I need. All right, come on now, team. Try to do better. You can't do a hell of a lot worse. So, Jesus, I shouldn't say that. Just get blown out. Oh, and we're already working on it, are we? Uh-oh. Sharply reminded why we weren't actually in the running to be a top team. It's, didn't hit the usual December slump. We've decided to hold off until February, March. So I think it's a positive thing that the slump took a little bit longer to come, if anything. We need to not let the free fall happen too much because it looks like, yeah, we're caught up to second. This would be 3 points behind with a game in hand. Can't start losing our European places if we can avoid it. Shut her off. Got us back onto equal terms. Fighting. Oh, Jesus. What the hell was that? Gave it right to him. Gave it right to him. This is unbelievable. Another bad loss, huh? These are home games. This is home against 20th. It's just no good shit. And this isn't going to get easier. It's going to get worse because we're going to have 2 games a week for quite a while, as long as we're in the Euros. So yeah, we're going to have a tighter schedule coming up. My team's trying to fight back now. Okay. All right, Gilmore, do it for us, bud. Tie it up. Shit. Let's see if we can hip this game. Well, I have no reason to be happy with that, even though it was a good fight back. Seeding 3 times. This is trash. Is what that is. So, well, damn. So yeah, we are 3 points ahead of third. They have a game in hand, but our goal differential should help us still. 10 points back of first. For a moment, we were up there. It's a very brief moment, wasn't it? It's okay. These are the things that I expected sometimes. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it here. This is as good a place as any to leave it. It's been a very fun time though, right? And I am going to send you all to a very fun, entertaining football manager player known as FM Folklore. Enjoy the entertainment that he provides. I would say that he's a bit more personable than I am, even. But, it's great to have been here. I hope to see you all next week if you don't stop in for any of my other games. Until then.
Now finishing. We are literally now finishing, buddy. Welcome in, mate. I'm going to take everyone over to AC Gaming. So let's get their numbers where they should be up to with the raid and that.